Hello, welcome to Prosperous Living. Prosperous Living with Toyia on YouTube, Prosperous Living with _T on TikTok, where we transform our thinking. We transform our thinking and we deconstruct from religious conditioning. We're actually reconditioning our mind from society as a whole. You cannot have elevation without transformation. Be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. You have to put off the form of conversation, says the script, and be renewed in the spirit of your mind. The Bible's mind science. It is psychological truth. And here we apply the script. We apply the script. The script is tried and true when you take it from a psychological perspective. Is it necessary for transformation? No, it isn't. Even self-help books can help you transform your thinking. Even self-help books. You just have to know how to apply it. You have to know how to use your mind. I come to realize belief is a very powerful tool on this earth realm. It is a tool that is used to manipulate others. When actually the tool, belief, is supposed to be for you. It's supposed to be for your personal application. It was never to be put on another. You were never supposed to believe in something outside of you. Your belief was for you and you alone. That's how people get manipulated and tricked. And I was tricked too. I wasn't immune to the trickery, to the deception, to the believing in things that I believing in people and things that I could not see. You know, we get so mesmerized by someone else's story. Someone else's enlightenment story, someone else's path. You're supposed to get to know you and you alone. Stop being impressed by someone else's story, especially in the miraculous and things that they cannot prove to you. Their mystical journey, their miraculous stories, their supernatural encounters are for them. They're not for you. You don't have to believe someone else's testimony of things that they saw and things that they believe. You have to know what you see and what you believe. Test and prove this knowledge for yourself. Stop taking people at their word. Try it, see if it works, and then if it doesn't, try something else. People want a quick fix, but there is no elevation without transformation. You must transform if you want to experience a shift in your experience. If you want the prosperity, you want the health, you want the success, you want the relationships, and you want it to be amazing, you want it to be effortless, you want it to be gratifying, you have to shift your thinking. You have to shift your thinking. Hello, welcome. Welcome everyone. Prosperous Living with Toyia on TikTok. Buenas. Hello, welcome. Welcome, YouTubers and TikTokers. YouTubers, if you're new to the platform, like the live, subscribe to the channel where we transform. We're going to use the Bible to transform our thinking. That's the purpose of the Bible, is to be transformed. In the Gospels, it tells you must be born again. Paul said you must be transformed. It's the same thing. Born again, transformation. It's the exact same thing. You have to think differently. The Gospels calls it repentance. Change the way you think. If you want to realize a different experience for yourself, you have to think differently. Remember, we've heard the saying, what's the definition of insanity? To keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result. Now, if you're doing the same thing and you're getting results, well, then yes, you continue to do that. But if you're doing the same thing and you're frustrated and you're upset and you're, discombobulated, maybe you need to do something different. All right. Do something different. Change the way you think. Change the way you think. It's very necessary. You are to be conformed to the image of the person you would like to be, not to conform to some other person's identity or what someone else think you should be doing. That's why we're deconstructing from religious doctrine, religious dogma. They want to tell you how to think, tell you how you should act, tell you where you should go, who you should surround yourself with. That is a cultish mindset. When people try to tell you, oh, you shouldn't be friends with this person. Get away from your family. Get away from this person. Get away from that person. They want you to be loners, or they only want to keep you insulated so they can tell you what to think, tell you how to be, because don't doubt, don't question, don't push back. It's okay to question. It's okay to doubt. You got to question yourself sometimes. Why am I thinking this way? Why am I doing this? Why am I being this way? So you can change, especially if it isn't serving you. Grand Rising, welcome, welcome, welcome. Why would you continue to think the same way if it's not benefiting you? Now, if it's benefiting you, if you're getting something out of the way you're thinking, then hey, why would you change anything? But this platform is about self-actualization, self-realization, knowing the power that's in you, not the power that's in someone else. It's cool to hear other people's success stories. It's cool to hear other people's testimonies. It's cool to hear someone else's path and someone else's journey, but it's time to write your own story. What story are you going to tell? Right? What are you going to affirm that is true for you and your family and your children and your loved ones? You have to be self-deceived. You have to be hypnotized from within. You have to be mesmerized by your own desires, your own beliefs, your own wants, your own life. And you do this through what? The inner conversation is how you talk to yourself. What do you say to yourself? Be transformed. How do you renew your mind? You cannot keep talking negatively about yourself. You can't keep talking down to yourself. You must build yourself up in your own mind. Stop being infatuated by someone else's story other than it inspires you to write your own. Right? Yes, we are influenced by other people, but the influence that others should have on you should encourage you to greatness, should inspire you to greatness. And after that, that's all it should be. That you realize if they can do it, you can too. You do have to get away from the negative people that tell you it's impossible for you to realize your dreams. Now, those are people you're going to have to keep at arm's length, right? People that tell you what's impossible, that's not how it goes. It doesn't work like that. You can't do this. Now you do want to close your ears to people that speak from that state. But remember, they're just reflecting back to you your own doubts and fears. Once you know who you are and you stand on business, you don't have to worry about what other people think. Stop seeking validation outside of yourself. Stop caring about what other people think about you. Stop caring what other people think about you. You're your own validation. So on TikTok, double tap the screen, 10K the easy way. You get to come up and have your say. We deconstruct from all religions. We deconstructing from indoctrination. We're deconstructing from the limitation, the indoctrination of limitation, fear, division. Letting go of that mindset that says that we're not enough, that life is supposed to be hard, that we are here to suffer. You got to loosen, let that go. Because the people that's trying to convince you of suffering, they're not suffering though. The ones that telling you, oh, God wants your money and God wants you to do this and God, they're not living that life that they're trying to tell you to live. The ones of you that want to give all these rules and regulations, they want you to toe the line and want you to be fear of hell and fear of an afterlife. That's not how they view life. While they promising you a mansion in the sky, they got their mansion right down here on earth. I am the way, the truth, the way, and the life. I am the way. I am the way, the truth, and the way, and the life. See what I'm talking about? The YouTubers believing that you should, because they believe in superhuman beings, that we should, because they believe in supernatural, and they believe that someone is going to come and save the world and right the wrongs of the world. They're sitting around waiting instead of being the light, instead of being the one who does things differently, that actually lives according to the script, right? But if you think someone is coming to save you, you get to have that belief. Just stop trying to convince me of it. I used to believe it. I no longer believe it. And so, I leave that to you. You get to have that belief. I no longer subscribe to that way of thinking. I no longer subscribe to that. We're deconstructing from that mindset. Jesus is personification of the mind. Jesus is the I am, right? That's why constantly in the script says, I am the door. I am the way. I am the truth. I am the resurrection, right? In Exodus 3:14, we find out that's the name of God. I am. So whenever you say I am, you are invoking the name of God. And whatever you say I am, that's what you should be. So what are you saying? Transform your thinking so you can realize your desires, and stop being in fear of an afterlife. You only have now. Focus on what you're doing now instead of being so concerned about something you don't even know is true or not. What you do know is true is that you exist in the here and now. That's what you know for certain. You don't have to guess about that. The afterlife, who knows? All of these people talking about an afterlife, to me, there is no afterlife, there's only life. But hey, if you think that there's a judgment to come in the next life, and your whole life is gonna be presented to you, and someone's gonna judge your character and judge your right or wrong throughout the entirety of your life, okay. Hey, if that's how you want to live your life, do it. I'm not here to argue over your beliefs. But over here, we're going to live from the present moment. We're going to decide what we would like to experience in this life. And we're going to stop operating in fear and judgment and limitation and doubt and complaining and worrying, and decree and declare the life we want to have, which is what the Bible tells you over and over again. If you decree a thing, it shall come to pass. When you speak a word, it shall come to fruition. Just speak the word. You have to pay attention to what words you're thinking, though. What words are you speaking? So what you think and what you speak becomes your truth. What you think and what you speak becomes your truth. That's why it says, I am the truth. I am the way. I am the life. Your words are life. Your words, they are spirit and they are life. And they cause things to resurrect in your reality. So you want to pay attention to what you're thinking and what you're speaking, because that's what you're creating. You have to tell yourself you're brilliant, you're intelligent, that the things you want, you decree and declare that they already belong to you. And in a way you do not know, at the time you least expect, it must show up. You got to tell yourself you're a brilliant, intelligent being, and the way will be shown to you, and it comes with ease, with effortlessness, with joy, with expectancy. It's okay to expect the good. It is okay to expect the good. Hello, Feminine Lux. Welcome. Yes, we learn and relearn. Right, that's true. No matter how enlightened you think you are, it's always more to learn. It's always more to remember. It's always more to unfold. You just gotta choose happy. Choose to be happy in this life, and you just gotta be okay with not knowing. And stop being so easily influenced by someone else's path or somebody else's experience. It's not yours. So what difference does it make if somebody had some, mystical experience, or somebody saw, you know, some magical Easter bunny or something? If you didn't see it, how does it affect you? It doesn't. So move along. Do what you know to be true. Live your life according to what you accept as possible for you. We get so caught up in the mystical, and we get so caught up in the supernatural, that we forget to enjoy the beauty that's all around us. We live in on a beautiful plane of existence, and we get so caught up in someone else's story and someone else's perspective. We forget to tell our own, to write our own story, to find our own joy, to find our own reason. And your reason is whatever you say it is. You are the one that give meaning to life, and you decide its meaning. Like I have been saying, I told my daughter, I've been watching these Netflix documentaries on cults of personality. And there's one documentary, I think they have like 8 to 10 cult leaders. And the documentary was how to become a cult leader, giving you the playbook. And so I thought was that this life really is make-believe. Those people believed that they were messiahs and convinced other people that they were. Do you get that? These people were convinced that they were Jesus come again, that they were the Messiah that was promised, and convinced tens of thousands, hundreds of millions of people that was true because of belief. Because belief is a powerful manipulation tool. Because we have been taught since birth that we are to believe in things that we cannot see. And that our belief and our faith should be placed in another. Because your belief and faith were never for other people. They were for you. But when you're indoctrinated from birth that this is supernatural being that's going to come back, and he has special people that he also talks to. So you got the so-called prophets of the world that say God is only speaking to them, and God is telling them all your business, and God is only can communicate with them. And because that's what we're indoctrinated with that mindset, we can be easily fooled by anyone that comes around and says, I'm the enlightened one. I'm the Messiah. I'm the one that's going to change the world. I'm going to bring healing to the world. I'm going to bring love to the world. I'm going to be the one that causes the world to transform. And because we believe that as a species, we fall victim to it. And all of us has, because all of us have belonged, many of us have belonged to some, I'm going to say all of us, but many of us, a lot of humanity have fell victim to this type of rhetoric, this type of narratives, thinking that someone is going to come save us, that someone has all the answers to life, that someone is going to, make everything right in the world. And it's like, when you look at it, they either wanted power, they wanted to be able to have smacks with whoever they wanted to. Sometimes it was underage, most of the time it's underage girls. It's just like, or they wanted wealth. They were not coming to make things right in the world. They were doing everything but. They were enriching themselves with your belief in them. And a lot of them understood the psychology of the human mind, the psyche of the human mind, and how to manipulate it, how to brainwash or hypnotize or mesmerize, whatever words you want to use. And they use because some of them used to be like in the military. And so they saw how the military uses different hypnotic suggestions, and they use that on their members. So they would that's why they tell you when they get you, you can't talk to anyone outside the group. They were saying they were love bombing. They were love bombing and everything. It was just it's wild, but it's all based on belief. It's all because of belief, because somebody believes that, because we're told there's going to be someone to come save us. You know, everybody's looking for purpose, everybody's looking for a reason, everyone's looking for an answer. And these so-called religious groups, religious leaders come and tell you, I have the answer. You know, God commissioned me to bring peace to the world. I'm going to make everything right. I'm going to make everything good. Oh, really? Hey, Latoxic. Welcome. Hey, Andrea. Hello. Yes, all made up. All of them are speaking false doctrine. All of them are. I don't care who it is. All of them are false. No one's coming to save anyone. It hasn't happened yet. Even those who said that Jesus came, nothing changed when Jesus came. Nothing changed. The world kept on doing what it was doing. The world kept on being quote unquote evil. The world kept on being quote unquote sinful. Nothing changed. Corruption still pervades the earth. Quote evil still exists on this plane. Everyone that tells you that there's a savior hasn't done anything. They haven't changed nothing about this planet. Nothing has changed. The only time things change is when you decide to change. The only thing that's going to make the world you want to see different or better, you have to change. You have to be different. You have to decide to command your reality. It wasn't a God that did any of the changing. It's the people that did the changing. You want to give God the credit, and you can do that if you want to. But I know that the only reason things change is because people decide to be different. People changed. Nobody else changed other than people. But every so many years, we get some special human that comes along and says they're here to be the prophet of God, to be the savior of the world. They're the Messiah. It happens all the time. So, and you know, we have, especially when we get new technology, when we get new information. So now we have AI. Keep your eyes and ears open. Be aware. So you don't fall victim to people telling you they are the one being that's going to make everything right in this world. They do not exist. You can't change anybody but you. Now, you can manipulate others. Usually people that tell you that they got the answer for you are manipulating you. People should be telling you the answer is only found within yourself. If people really are honest and true, they're going to tell you that the answers that you're searching for are in you. You won't find them in another person. No one else can tell you what's going to make you happy. No one else can tell you what's going to bring you joy. No one else can tell you what you're great at, what you should be doing with your life, how amazing you are. Because people can tell you that unless you believe it. And a lot of times that people are telling you, oh my goodness, you're this, you're that. They're trying to build you up with flattery and trying to sell you on how amazing you are. If you need someone else to tell you how great you are, that's the first trap. That's the first trap. You should be telling yourself how amazing you are, how great you are. You shouldn't need another person to validate how brilliant you are, how intelligent you are. You don't need someone else to tell you that. No, I'm actually telling myself this. I am right. I'm telling you that the answer is in you. Don't believe anything I say. Don't believe anything I say. Why would you believe anything I say? Who am I? I'm a lady on TikTok, I'm a lady on YouTube. You should be believing what you say. You should trust yourself. But hey, you don't have to listen to anything I say. You don't have to trust yourself. You can go on doing what you've been doing, putting your trust in others, putting your faith in others, looking for others to lead and to guide you and tell you what you should and shouldn't be doing. If that's working for you, do you, boo. Hello, hello, welcome, 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 welcome. Welcome, YouTubers, welcome, TikTokers. Double tap the screen. 10K the easy way. You get to come up on the platform. And understand that your mind is your power. That's what your mind is. Like the live on YouTube. If you're new here, like the live on YouTube. Share the live. Subscribe to the channel. Yes, hello, DNA. I know, because I know we can get so caught up in talking about, it's a good conversation to talk about when we were Christians, right? How, how Christianity doesn't necessarily speak to what the Bible was saying. It's a lot of fear mongering. It's very fear based. It isn't applying the scriptures. That conversation can get very tiring, because you're kind of, I want people to realize their desires and to live their best life, and to keep talking about the past and talking about how someone else isn't applying the scripture. That's for good conversation. It's entertaining. It makes for more views and more engagement. But I'm like, that ain't really what I want. I don't really want to talk about them, because that don't help my life. Talking about how they're not applying their script. It's really none of my business. They get to live their life however they want to live their life. And what's my business is applying the script as I know how it should be applied. And so the Bible is all about changing the way we think, because as we think, so we are. And to recondition our minds for success, recondition our minds for the love that we want, for the joy that is within us, for the peace that surpasses all understanding. And so it's all about application of this truth, transforming the way we think. That's something you have to deal with. What you mean, what if your mind is evil? I can't live my life concerned about what someone else is thinking. I can only control my thoughts. I'm not here to control another person's thoughts. The Bible tells you what to do if your mind is evil. Change it. The Bible tells you that. It tells you to be renewed in the spirit of your mind. So it's not hard. Treat people how you want to be treated. Right? No need to be scared. Yes, people are afraid to let go, expand, evolve. No, it doesn't. Christianity is fear-based. Christianity does not have the answer. Christians are worried about devils, demons, and Satans, oh my. But hey, if you think it has an answer for you, then do you. It does. Christianity does not have the answer for me. No religion has the answer for me. So you mean tell me you would do evil if you weren't a Christian? Is that what you're saying? That you would do evil? The only thing that's stopping you from doing evil is because you're a Christian? That's a problem. You don't think that's a problem? That you need the Bible to tell you not to be evil? Otherwise you would be? Interesting. Well, hey, I don't know what to tell you. You have a sad life. But for me, I don't have to. I don't need Christianity to tell me to be a good person. But hey, stay a Christian then. Please stay a Christian. Do not lose your faith. If Christianity is what's keeping you on the straight and narrow, please continue therein. Please don't let it go. Since you need it, don't leave it. I didn't grow up a Christian. It makes you sick. Right, change it. For a lot of people, religion does help them with their thinking, and I get it. I just realized I don't need it. If you need it, can continue therein. It's interesting though that you think that without Christianity, interesting. That's pretty interesting. But I know a lot of people like that. A lot of people feel like, if they didn't have this fear of the afterlife or this fear of God, they wouldn't be good people. So they need fear to keep them in order. They need punishment to make them do right. There are people like that. If left to their own devices, they wouldn't be good people. That's pretty interesting. Wow. But yeah, Christianity didn't make me a good person. I was a good person before I found Christianity. And I'm a good person after it. So I didn't need it. It didn't make me a better person. It didn't make me better. All it did was take my money. It took my money. It made me focus so much on what the church was doing and how I could benefit the church and give my life to the church. It didn't really, other than that, it was very mind controlling. But hey, to each his own. Do you? Okay. Alcohol. Okay, well. Yeah, well, I'm glad you were able to become a great guy with the help of religion. And a lot of people see the benefit of it. And then some people don't feel the benefit of it. A lot of people, especially a lot of women and children, men seem to think great of this religion. Women and children and women, not so much. I mean, there are some men that find the religion to have been a torment for them too, because they spent a lot of their life, if they were ever good enough, and if they would end up missing heaven because of some unknown sin that they may have created. But seeing that most religion is based in patriarchy, I can see why most men would find it beneficial and a lot of women wouldn't. A lot of women and children wouldn't, but why men would? Because they're at the top of the religion. Okay, DNA, okay. Yes. But the Bible is mind science. The Bible is a book about you, telling you how to renew your mind. And I know that you don't need Christianity to tell you how to renew your mind. It's a practice. It's a choice. You have to choose to want to think differently. Just like you had to choose to want to stop consuming alcohol. You had to decide to stop consuming it. And you put your belief in something and you gave that belief. But it was your belief. It was your desire to want to be different. Because without your desire to be different, you would not be different. Because that's what the book tells you. It's your faith that makes you whole. It is done unto you as you believe. So it was your choice and your desire to want things to be different. And so they were. Yeah. Well, I'm glad it helped you, because that's all that matters. That's all that matters. Yeah, and the God that's real is you. That's what's real. Who is God? What is God? What does God look like? God is a concept in your mind. What is God? Oh, you're welcome, sun-dried Rasta. Yep, beliefs. It's all in, what is it? Who is God? What is God? Because why? Because you made choices in life and then you made different choices. So the choices that you made up to God, you don't blame God, you blame yourself. But when you decide to write your life, you give glory to a God except to yourself. That's the disconnect for me. Because when you were making all those choices and you were quote unquote being the bad guy, you took all the blame yourself. But then the moment you made choices that led to you being a good guy, now you're saying it's a God that did it. But you were the one that did everything. You were the one that made the choices. You were the one that made the decisions. But if you want to say that a God did it, I guess if that brings you comfort and peace in your mind, you don't want to say that you were capable of being different. You got to say you needed something outside of you to help you with that. I don't know. Did God have a hand and slap your hand when you tried to consume? Did God tie your hands behind your back and make you not do something? No, you chose to do it. It's in your mind. You made choices. Oh, okay, yeah. So I had someone say I used to believe in God, but now I realize either there is no God or God is evil. A lot of people come to that realization. A lot of people come to that thought process. A lot of people do. A lot of people see life from that perspective. Because I would say the same thing. I'm just like, y'all want to take all the responsibility when stuff go wrong, but when stuff go right, you want to give all the credit to something outside of you. That's the part that but hey, it's your world, it's your reality. You get to have that. But I'm going to take all of the credit for my life. I'm not going to give my credit to anything outside of me. I made the choices, I made the decisions, so I'm going to take the credit for it. Just like I take the credit when I make bad decisions and things don't turn out right and I blame myself, when things do turn out right, I'm also going to credit myself. I'm not going to give this to an external God. I'm not going to give my choices when things finally start to look up, and I'm going to give it to something outside of me. No, I know it's my thinking. It's my thinking. It's my belief in myself. It's that I decided to make different choices is the reason why life shows up differently. But you have the right to believe in whatever you want. Belief is a very powerful tool. Unfortunately, it's used to manipulate the masses. But really, you're supposed to use belief to manipulate your own mind, to convince yourself of something that you can't see right now, but that you will eventually see sooner or later. That's the whole point of faith. It's the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of not being able to see it. I don't know where we get a God out of that. That your faith was supposed to be in some God. No, it's the substance of something, because the writer could have easily said that faith is the substance of hoping for God to do something that you cannot see him doing it yet. They could have easily said that, but they didn't. You don't find God in that text. It says, now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of not being able to see it yet. So it's about trusting the process. That's what it's about. It's about trusting the process. You don't know what process is going to be. Some things you may know and other things you may not know. And you got to be willing to be consistent and persistent in your belief, in your faith, that the thing you ask for must surely come. The thing that you ask for must surely come. It must show up. You're welcome. We're deconstructing from religious mindsets, right? From those religious mindsets, that religious dogma that held us bound and won't allow us to believe and have faith in ourselves. We have to give our faith and our trust to something external to us. What things in the Bible can't the science explain? Do you know the things in the Bible are parables? The Bible isn't a text, isn't a history book. So no, it's not going to explain stuff in the Bible, because the Bible, the things in the Bible are inexplicable. They cannot be explained because it's all fairy tales. It's all allegory. It's all metaphor. That's why science doesn't explain it, because the stuff never happened. You don't need to explain things that never took place. There was no flood. There was no 40-day flood. There was no body that stayed 4 days in the heart of the earth and came back to tell about it. There was nobody that stayed 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of a whale and came to talk about it. There were no talking snakes. There were no tonky donkeys. Like, these things never happened. So of course they can't explain. Why do they need to explain something that never took place? They don't need to. The Bible is a psychological truth. It's psychological drama. The serpent is symbolic for wisdom. In ancient texts, when you see serpents in script, they're talking about the wisdom that's within you. Not something that comes to deceive you, but something that comes to awaken you, that comes to bring knowledge to you, to bring wisdom. That's what the serpent represents. A snake is showing you that you can die and not die, right? It's called ossification. They die, they shed their skin. They die, but they don't die. The shedding of the skin. This is what the Bible's telling you. It tells you to be born again. It's telling you you are to die to the old state so that you may live to the new state. You die, but you don't die. You die to negative thinking, to limitation, to doubt, to fear. And you're transformed. You become a new being, which means you start to think differently. You stop talking talking about what you can't do and talk about what you can do, what is possible. That's what the Bible is telling you. But, people are not ready to hear that. But, if you think that Satan just means adversary. That's what Satan is. It's your adverse thinking. Again, symbolism. It's what deceives you. And deception is neither good nor bad. You want to be self-deceived when it comes to realizing your dreams, because the world will tell you that something is impossible for you to attain. You have to be self-deceived and convince yourself that you are able to do the thing you want. See, religion has you thinking about, they don't have you living in the present moment. Religion has you living in a future moment, in a future reality. They tell you this moment right here, this life right now is nothing. You shouldn't even concern yourself about what's happening right now in the here and now. Your only concern should be in the afterlife. And then they wonder why the things of the world don't change. Because that type of thinking is not solution oriented. It's not solution based. It's escapism. But just wait till God comes. Just wait till Jesus comes. Just wait till the afterlife. What about now? How about you make the life you're presently living now? Right? Live in the current moment. Live in the current reality. Live in the now moment. Stop making life difficult and trying to convince people they shouldn't be concerned about the here and now. That the only thing they should be concerned about is after they leave this plane. Yes, theism is illogical and irrational. There's a reason why it takes such a hold in people while they are young. Yep. Exactly. That's why you're indoctrinated, because when you're young, you're not thinking. Or it's for people that are despondent, feel desperate, helpless, and hopeless. Because it's not just for children, right? A lot of adults go turn to religion too when they're in a sunken place and they feel like religion has the answer. But there are people that they don't go to the church. Some people go to AA meetings. Some people turn to self-help books. Everybody finds a different path that's going to lead them to some way of feeling safe and secure, and to be feeling like they can champion life and become victorious at life. And so if you feel like religion does that to you, that's fine. But to tell people that they need to take your path, that's the issue. No one has. You found that religion helped you. That doesn't mean it should be my way of life. Also, you listen to Billy Carson. I don't even know what Billy Carson talks about. What does how am I confusing the Bible like Billy Carson? How about you're confusing the Bible? Why is it that I'm confusing it? How do you know that you're not confusing it? How about we're both right in our own eyes? You see the benefits of the Bible, and I don't. You feel like the Bible, you feel like here's the thing. The Bible, it works. Religion, on the other hand, so let's not confuse the Bible with religion. You're confusing the religion with the Bible. I apply the principles of the scriptures. I leave religion out of it. I don't need a pastor to tell me how much money I should give, how many offerings I should give. I don't need a church telling me how I should live my life, what I should and shouldn't do. I don't need the church telling me how to be a good person. The Bible is useful when you take it at its word, and it tells you that when you speak a way and you maintain that thought and you're consistent in that belief, you will realize it. That's what the Bible is beneficial for. It's telling you when you are persistent, when you are consistent, when you change the way you think, you see change in your life. That's what the Bible, the scriptures I have on the screen are from the Bible. So I utilize the Bible. I apply the Bible. I just don't see the Bible as Christians see it. God is you. And that's what the Bible tells you. Religion tells you that God is not you. Religion tells you that God is outside of you. The Bible tells you that the creator in you is your mind. That's who the creator is. That's what the Bible is speaking about. That's what the Bible is telling you. If you think it's saying something else, it's not. I believe in me. I believe in me. Everybody has a theory of how human beings came on the scene. Nobody knows. And the fact that people try to act like they do is the deception, is the error. Whether science says the Big Bang, whether religion tells you, no, it was two people and God formed them out of the dirt and a woman came from a man's rib. We know that's not how people come into this third dimensional plane. We know no man has ever gave birth to a woman, to a being. No man has ever given birth. A woman did not come from a man's rib. But that's what the Bible says. And since you take the Bible as literal history, you think that once upon a time, long time ago, men were giving birth to women, to full grown adults. You think that, this superhuman, supernatural being took the rib from a man when he was asleep, and he woke up, and first of all, I never said he woke up. Do you know that your Bible does not say that Adam ever woke up? It said that the Lord calls Adam to go into a deep sleep, and then he pulled a rib out of his body and created a woman. It never says he ever woke up. So that should tell you something right there. I'm talking about what I'm talking about. I already answered that. Nobody knows. So, and how are you making money, T-Smoke? How are you making money? You got your own business. You go you go give me your time in exchange for money. What you doing? Everybody's out here making money. What are we talking about? Why do we say stuff like that? Are you not making money, T-Smoke? How do you bring income into your experience? Or are you taking your money to the church so they can make money, so your pastor can make money? You worried about how I'm making money. Well, how are your pastors making money? And how are you making money? I don't really care what you're saying, but you worried about how I'm making money. You went to the money thing. That's not all you said. You said I'm on YouTube trying to make money. How are you making money? What are you doing? Scrolling on YouTube, worried about what I'm doing. I'm not talking to you, Spirit Sense. I'm on YouTube too. I'm talking to somebody on YouTube. I can't make money off of anybody. What? Y'all say some interesting things. It doesn't matter. I created it though. That makes me a creator. If that's the only thing I ever created, that makes me a creator. So what's your problem? That's what God is, a creator. So what's the problem? Why do you care? Do you want to start a YouTube channel and make money and you're afraid to do so? Are you scared? It doesn't matter. Yes, we all use things that other people bring, but that still doesn't mean that I'm not. Yes, I'm utilizing what's already here to create something I wanted to experience. What's the problem? It was unnecessary for me to create the phone. Somebody already did it. But someone else can't create my YouTube channel for me. That's something I will have to do for myself. No one else can come on YouTube and be me. I'm the only one that can do the YouTube channel for me, just like you for you. We're all users. What is your point? You're arguing about nothing. You just want some time. You wanted some attention. You got it. That's what you came on my channel for. You're a little lonely. You decided you want to talk to somebody on YouTube. It's cool. Double tap the screen. Double tap the screen. I know I'm not talking about Christians today, so we don't have a lot of I'm not arguing with Christians about their beliefs. So no, I am God. You're not God. And that's okay if you don't think you're God. Actually, you are God too. We're all God having a human experience. You need to go watch. You know what I tell you, T Smoke? Go watch. Do you have Netflix? Go look up this documentary where these cults that were very popular in the 20th century, in the 1900s, like from the 70s on. You're gonna see some people who are actually being God on this plane, and people actually believe that they were God. And they gave their life over to their ministry. It's fascinating. Very fascinating. How people believe that other beings were going to say, I'm not asking for worshipers. I'm not asking for people money. When I say I'm God, I'm saying I'm the creator of my own reality. I'm not saying I rule over other people, that I can tell other people what to do or tell other people how to be. But you know what's fascinating? There are human beings that have come on this plane and have convinced others that they were the Messiah, that they were God, and the people acted accordingly. Go watch those cults on Netflix. There's a lot of documentaries out there. It's a lot of documentaries, and you'll see people actually believe that they are to worship another being. I'm not asking anyone to worship me. So you have a misunderstanding of who God is. God is an acronym for generator, operator, demonstrator. God just means that you create. And we all do create. We all create our reality based on our assumptions about life. And create, I don't mean that you're making something new. I mean, you're bringing things that already exist into your experience. You say, how do you start manifesting? Well, you're always manifesting, and you have to trust the process, Phenomenon Lux. It's about identity shift. You cannot elevate without transfer. There's no elevation without transformation. So you have to change the way you think and then trust the process. How do you think about the things that you want? Do you think they're difficult to get? Do you think there'll be a challenge? Do you think it takes time? Right? You have to transform your thinking and understand you only have now. And it's what are you doing now regarding your desires? Are you living as though you already have them? Do you think about them as something that's hard to get, that's over there, that you got to bring over here? Or do you see yourself already with them? Do you understand that the idea in and of itself is the manifestation? And then the process of its unfoldment, of its revealing, is out of your hands. You're now just supposed to live as though you already have it. Go to the end is where you begin. And you can have it all. Are all of them going to come at the same time? Maybe not, maybe so. Who knows? Act as though you already have it. What do you think about? Because what you think about, you bring about. What does that mean to go off of faith of a mustard seed? Do you know what that script means? Do you know what it means to have the faith of a mustard seed? Because what does it mean? What does it mean to have the faith of a mustard seed? Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're almost at 10K. We're almost there on TikTok. So if you have strong faith like a mustard seed, you can move a mountain. Okay. So I'm gonna take it a bit further. I'm going to say to have the faith of a mustard seed that moves a mountain is to what does a mustard seed becomes? It's about what the mustard seed is, not what it has. It's about what it is. It's not about big faith, little faith, weak faith, strong faith. It's about the seed. The mustard seed knows that it's a mustard tree plant. So I'm going to give you an illustration. If you are desiring, say, a job, you're believing for a job, a very specific job. Well, in order to have the faith as a mustard seed, would to see yourself already with the job. So instead of talking about how you want the job, how you hope you're wishing for the job, you're praying for the job, and if it's God's will to give you a job, no, you're going to talk as though you already have the job. That's having the faith up as a mustard seed. Right? That's how you operate. We are God's experiencing ourselves being human. So instead of arguing with me, T-Smoke, why don't you ask me what I mean? Because clearly you don't know what I'm talking about, because you're trying to argue a position that you don't even know what I'm saying. Oh, so you're only going to accept the desire if something outside of you says that you can have it? Well, okay. So I have a mustard seed and I ain't afraid to use it. Here's the thing: if you already, if the Bible says that all that the Father has is thine, and everything on the earth's plane already belongs to God, why wouldn't God allow you to have it according to the script? Do you know Mark 11:24 says, "Therefore I say to you, whatever you desire when you pray, just believe you received it and you will." So that's all you have to do. That's the script. That's how you condition yourself to receive the things that you want in this life. See yourself as already having it. Believe that it's already yours and it will be. That's what the script tells you. Right? The script tells you you're made in the image and likeness of all there is. Right? That you are an expression of the divine. You are the God that came down on this third dimensional plane to experience this thing we call life. And you will experience all, just like you said, Jesus came down here and was fueling human and experienced everything as a human except sin. That's the only thing Christianity will tell you Jesus did not experience. He experienced everything being human except sin. That's you. You're experiencing everything except you do sin. That's the only difference between this superhuman being that you call Jesus, the Savior. That's the only difference between you and Jesus. He supposedly didn't experience sin, but you will. Because your Bible calls you a son of God. And you call Jesus the son of God. So you say Jesus is the son of God, that makes him God. The Bible calls you a son of God, but you say, oh, I'm not God. I don't know. Potato, potato. That's an argument you have to have with yourself. I know the Bible says that now are we the sons of God. And if I'm going to call Jesus a son of God, then I'm going to call myself a son of God. That's how I'm working this thing. Now, you don't have to agree to it. You don't have to agree with it. But hey, that's how I'm applying scripture. And I don't have a job, just so you know. I don't work. So, while T-Smoke trying to check my pockets, trying to tell me, oh, you're only on, he pocket watching. He watching my pockets. You're only on YouTube trying to make money. A God doesn't need a job. I don't have a job. So there you go. I guess that makes me a God, because according to you, guys don't need jobs and I don't have one. So I guess that makes me a God. There you go. Look at that. Look at here. Hey, Seth Israel. Well, for me, Yahushua didn't come. The Bible is not literal history for me. The Bible is a metaphor. You are the Jesus that was to come. So you have to ask yourself, why did you come? Why are you here? Why do you think you're here? The Bible's a book about you. The Bible's all metaphor. It's all allegory. The Bible is our autobiography. It's about every being born of woman. Hey, everyone on TikTok. So the panel is open up. I decided to shift a little bit. Well, we talk about more about transforming the mind, right? Because this is why we're here, to transform the way we think so we can actualize our desire, right? Focus more on the life we want to have, right? Giving our attention to being the version of us that we want to experience here on this third dimensional plane that we call earth and life. And to be real purposeful, intentional about the things that we talk about, the things that we want to actualize, right? Speaking life into existence, deciding that we can be, have, and do whatever we desire. That we literally can be whatever we want to be in this world. Watching those documentaries, I'm like, it was a reason I was watching those documentaries. And I know I have referred to them a few times here on this live today, and I've referred to them in other lives. But what it really showed me, the power of belief and how your belief can be used for you or it can be used against you. And how those documentaries showed me that when you don't believe in you, you will believe in others and they can manipulate you. And unfortunately, a lot of those cult leaders manipulated thousands, hundreds, millions of people and convinced them that they were the Messiah, they were the Christ, they were the Jesus, they were the second coming of Jesus, they were the second coming of the Messiah, and convinced those people to give their life over to their vision, sell all they had. The one guy, the Reverend Moon, they became Moonies. He's like next level with it. This dude, he was meeting presidents. He had grown his investment portfolio to $600 million. He was invested in everything. He said that Jesus came and did not fulfill his mission, and that he had an experience with Jesus, and Jesus told him that he was to carry on the fulfillment that Jesus did not complete. And he told these people, because he started in Japan, I believe, and then he brought it over to America. And he said that he was the Messiah. And he said that he was here to eradicate sin. And so if you got married through him, if he was the one that married you, you instantly was free of sin. And all of your children after you will be sin free. But if you were not married by him, you were still sinful, and anyone that was outside of their cult, their membership, they were considered to be demons and devils and Satan's oh my. And I was like, wow. And so and I saw, they had the Charles Manson and the FLDS prophets, and they had David Koresh, and they had that Rajneeshi. He turned his name to Oshu. Like, some of them had some really, really huge followings. And I was like, this is what belief does to us. That's what it, like, they show you that you can be anything on this world and ain't nobody coming to stop you. Because no one stopped them from saying they were the Messiah and acting accordingly. Like he was marrying people. He was marrying thousands of people at a time. And he was selecting their husband and their wife. He was sitting in a meeting and say, okay, who wants to be this woman's husband? A person would stand up and he would say, okay, you two gonna get married. And then he did that to everybody. He selected your husband, selected your wife, and then he would pick a day that everybody would get married. So they're in Madison Square Garden. He's marrying 20,000 people. And when he married you, that meant that you were now sin free. This is what belief does. This is what belief does. Because we are conditioned for belief. And we are conditioned to believe that there is a Savior that is yet to come, that there is a Messiah on the horizon. So every now and again, you get some human being that comes here on the plane and tells you they have some spiritual enlightenment. And because they have some spiritual enlightenment, they're going to lead you to your happy place. They're going to lead you to your paradise, and people accept it. I thought that was pretty interesting. I'm like, wow. And I had to think about, I used to be a Christian. I believed in the same thing, right? And if I had stayed a Christian, who knows if I would have believed somebody came and said they were the second coming of the Christ, that they were that they were Jesus to come. They're the promise of the Messiah that is to return, right? And we try to judge those people for believing it, but we're conditioned to believe in the supernatural. We're conditioned to believe in things we have not seen. We're conditioned to believe in these mystical stories that someone claims to have. And I'm not saying people don't have mystical experiences, but their mystical experiences are for them. They're not to convince me of anything. They're not to show me what life couldn't be or what life has been or will be. Yes, Cheryl. The documentaries, Oshu has his own. It's called Wild Wild Country. The one on Netflix where they have I can't remember. I think it was 8 different ones. I think it's called How to Be a Cult Leader or something like that. And throughout it's telling you these are the steps. So each one they brought forth, each one they told, it was these are the 5 things you need to do to make sure that if you want to be a cult leader, this is the blueprint. I'm like, wow, Netflix is really funny. And then they give you the story of the person and how they came to be a cult leader. And all of them were saying how they were the ones that were going to bring peace on the earth, that somehow they were the Messiah, somehow they had this mystical enlightenment, and they were told they were going to commission to being the peace and the joy on the earth, and people should follow them. Especially California. The Californians were very susceptible to this. And during the 70s, when you had all that free love and people were trying to figure out, when America, was, you had the Vietnam back in the 70s or whatever. So people trying to make sense of life, trying to find out what's purpose. What is this all for? What should they do? Where should they go? They were free love. They were free spirit, and they were trying to find meaning to life. And a lot of them fell victim to it. And that guy, Moon, he was from South Korea, and he learned how to manipulate the mind by being part of the military. And so he understood that if I can get a group of people, and this is how he carried it on for generations. So the initial people that became a part of his cult, they put you in a room and you are all day learning his doctrine. So you're either in a group setting or a classroom setting. So even when you're not in a classroom, you're in a group. When you're not in a group, you're in a classroom, and you're staying up to wee hours of the night. So they practice sleep deprivation, right? So they knew that if they can keep you, that means you can't think, you're not going to question. And those that questioned, those that doubted, those that pushed back, they were excommunicated. They got rid of those people. Anybody that challenged the belief system, they got rid of them. And so I thought about, when we talk about people that an identity shift, right? And they talk about, oh, I listened to subliminals and I did this and I did that. They were self-hypnotizing themselves, right? They're like, yes, I kept hearing myself saying I was going to be great. Or when you listen to Michael Jackson talk about how he put affirmations all over his room and in the ceiling, and he's looking in the mirror at himself and he's reaffirming these truths for him, and how he said he went to sleep and he would say affirmation 30 times before he went to sleep. He was rewiring his neural highway, right? He was rewiring his mind to accept this new reality. And that's what they do in these cults. They make sure they insulate you, and they give you all this information night after night and after night. Like, they don't allow you to think. They don't allow you to sleep. They just continue to feed your mind and feed your mind and feed your mind. And the cults, how they get you, they love bomb you. That's what they were saying too. That they tell you, oh my God, they find so much interest in you, and they tell you how amazing you are. They want to know so much about your life. And have you ever questioned about the meaning of life and what life has to offer? And come to this camp and come see about this. And they try to make it seem like it's going to be your decision. But anytime people kind of question and thought about leaving, in the back of their mind, they'd be like, but what if they're right? But what if they're right? So they would stay, even though they were questioning it in the beginning, and they would be like, but what if they're right? But what if they're right? Right? Kind of like what you hear Christians say, or a Muslim say, or anyone that's part of a religion. What if they're right? What if there really is a hell? What if they're, so you kind of stay aligned with it because you're in fear of the unknown, because you're in fear of what may happen if you don't. Nothing's going to happen. Actually, you're actually going to get your freedom back. But they truly believe that they're here doing the work. And then here's the thing. They knew they were lying to people, but their leader told them, it's lying okay if it benefits the kingdom of God. What they didn't say, they said if it benefits the Holy Father. So they could lie and tell people that, because he made them go build up his get the money from outsiders, right? So they were always fundraising, and they would lie and tell the people, oh, we're fundraising for a hospital, or we're fundraising for this, or we're fundraising that, when really they knew that money wasn't going to what they said it was going to, that it was going to Reverend Moon. And he had like 5,000, 10,000 people, and they all collecting like $200 a day. $200 a day, 5,000, 10,000 people all over the country doing these fundraisers and lying to the people why they were giving the money. I'm telling you, belief is something else. So I was like, that's what we need to focus on. Belief. Because as much as people talk about belief is not something, belief is what rules the day. The problem is we put our belief in other people, and our belief is supposed to be for ourselves. We're supposed to recondition our own mind. We're supposed to hypnotize our own mind. We're supposed to be mesmerized by our own desires, our own wants, right? We're supposed to, and unfortunately, religion tries to make you think that it's wrong for you to want stuff in this life, that it's wrong for you to want prosperity, it's wrong for you to want money, it's wrong for you to want wealth and ease and comfort, because they've been told that no, life is supposed to be a struggle. You're going to go through tribulation. You're going to have all these trials. And what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul, not understanding what that script says, right? So they that's also manipulative too. They make you think that, and these people that claim to be messiahs or whatever, they knew the scriptures. They didn't only use the scriptures, though. They used all of the religions around the world. They just didn't stick to biblical principles. They also used Eastern principles as well and added it to their repertoire. That's where, because we know Christians don't talk about enlightenment. So they use the Christian narrative with the Bible, but the Eastern narrative with enlightenment. So they brought those two together and they manipulated the people. But because we come into this world indoctrinated with the belief in trusting in something that we cannot see. And the something that we cannot see that we need to trust is called God. And because we can see the horrors of the world, we can see the atrocities of the world, we can see that people do mistreat one another, that man is always striving against man, People do want peace. People do want joy. People do want, solace and, and enjoyment and play. But you told you can't have that now. You can only have that in the afterlife. In the afterlife, that's when you get your peace. That's when you get your joy. That's when you get your mansion. That's when you get your streets paved with gold. That's when you get your 21 virgins. That's when you get, whatever the promise is in the afterlife. You can't have that now. That's something you have to wait for. I don't have to show evidence. You don't have to believe me. I'm not here to convince anyone. I just told you, go look at those cults. See if you're in a cult. See if you're able to question your authority. See if you're able to question your pastors and your ministers and your clergymen with the teachings that they give you. See if you're able to. See if you're able to give pushback. That'll let you know if you're in a cult or not. If you can't freely think for your own, and your thinking all comes from what they told me, what they said, and this is what they said, and this is what they told me, where'd you get it from? Are you thinking for yourself? Are you deciding what you want out of life without asking someone else, should you or could you have it? Or is everything that you desire based on what someone else thinks you should have? Teddy said, you don't have to show me evidence. I get it. Belief is a very powerful tool. It's very powerful. But the belief that you hold should be belief in oneself. I'm telling you, hypnotize yourself. Be mesmerized by your desire. Eat, drink, and sleep and think whatever it is that you want. Don't let it go. Lay hold to it. See yourself with it. Remind yourself in the morning before you go to sleep. Then throughout the day, live your best life. But in the morning when you first get up, say what it is, who you are. And as you're going to sleep, tell yourself who you are. Continuously remind yourself of the greatness that you are, because throughout the day, you will be bombarded by other things. Whether it be on your social media, your television screen, conversations that you have. Be so aware of what you allow into your mind, because that's your Garden of Eden. Your Garden of Eden is your mind. And you have to be careful what's deposited into your mind. Learn how the mind works. That's what I noticed about these cult leaders. They understood how the mind works. They knew that the mind was susceptible, how malleable it was. And they know that the mind learns through repetition. That's why they constantly over and over fed these people what they wanted them to know. They constantly, hours on end, weeks, months, that's all they heard over and over and over again. And anyone that came to challenge it, anyone that said, that tried to convince them otherwise, they were always given, well, they're the devil. They're satanic. They're demonic, right? Because you have to have an opponent. You have to create, and you have to have a villain in these narratives, in these stories. You have to have if you don't have an opponent, if you don't have a villain, if you don't have a scapegoat, the cult, the organization falls flat on its head. It falls flat. That's no matter where you go, what country you live in, that country always has a villain. It always has an enemy. That's how you keep the people in keep people straight and narrow, keep people living in fear, keep people controlled, because you have to have a villain. You have to have an other. You have to have an enemy. But the Bible is teaching oneness, though. It's teaching unity of the spirit. It's reminding us that we're all connected, and they're all and it doesn't teach intolerance, but cults do. They teach intolerance. They teach my way or the highway, that you can't, anyone that doesn't agree with your philosophy, with your belief system, that they are the enemy. So remind yourself that I can be and have and do whatever I desire. Tell yourself that daily. Remind yourself of your power, of your knowing, of your path, whatever that is. You can be whatever you want to be. You if in real estate, tell yourself you're the best real estate, agent that you know. If you want to be, in entertainment where you're a singer, you play an instrument, whether you're an artist, you sculpt, you paint, whether you're a seamstress, whether you make handbags or whatever it is, you make jewelry, you're an author, you're an influencer, whatever it is, tell yourself that you are the best at it continuously. This cannot be a once in a while thing. You have to continuously remind yourself, feed yourself with this truth, because that is how it is implanted in the mind. You have to constantly feed yourself with the truth of who you say that you are. You want to be a multimillionaire, you need to wake up saying that's what you are. You need to, throughout the day, remind yourself of that. When you go to sleep, tell yourself that, sleep about it, think about it, dream about it. You're going to solidify, because that is how the mind is trained, through repetition, through hypnotic suggestion, through being mesmerized. Yes, I love that. Centimillionaire. Yes. You can have whatever you want. You have to program yourself for success. You have been programmed for failure, for fear, for doubt, for limitation. Now you have to program your mind for success, for abundance, for prosperity, for possibility. And the possibilities are endless. And we're no different than the only difference is we're not trying to manipulate anybody else to success, right? We're manipulating ourselves to bring the success to us. And then the world has to what? Bend itself backwards to bring about our success, right? Like when we look at now Michael Jackson's movie, his biopic came out, right? And you see him going to the office of Sony. He tells them, tell MTV to play my music. At that time, MTV was not playing any African American music. It was not a part of their rotation. Michael told them, tell them they have to play it. So how do they get it how do they get it? They told MTV, if you don't play Michael Jackson's music, we're removing all of our artists from your video lineup. Right? That doesn't happen by happenstance. Michael Jackson trained himself, programmed himself for greatness. They tell you he programmed himself for greatness. They say he was always writing, journaling about his greatness. He was standing in the mirror talking about his greatness. He was having notes all around, reminding himself of his greatness. He went to sleep telling himself of his greatness. Like, we're not getting this information to sit on it. We're getting this information to apply it. Apply this information, this knowledge that we're getting. So whatever it is that you're desiring, eat, drink, and sleep it, become it, be it, embody it. Know it. Impress it upon your subconscious mind so it can be expressed by you. But Michael Jackson still was having a human experience, right? So yes, did he deal with some insecurities? Yes, I'm not going to say he didn't deal with some insecurities. I'm not going to say, but when it came to his life's work, his determination to be the greatest entertainer ever, he realized that dream. He realized overtaking the entertainment world, and that he was going to be the greatest entertainer ever, selling hundreds of millions of albums, records. And then we learn from him, because yes, he said he was a proud black man. He said he was not bleaching his skin. He said that he had what's it called, vitiligo, right? That changed the color of his skin. And his rhinoplasty surgeries, they said he had injured his nose, which is what caused him to start changing it. Hey, his story. I'm not here to to say that that those things weren't the reason. Those are the reasons he gave. Yes. So, you know, but he didn't care what people thought of him. He didn't care what he said. He was the reason why he went to court. He decided to go to court when all those allegations came out. He decided to go to court because people got close to him and they wanted to try to manipulate and try to get rich off his fame. But again, we don't know what he thought about his money, what he thought about the world. What he tells us in the world, right? He tells us what he thought about the world. He wrote it in his song. What he say? They don't care about us. He told you what he thought. So we don't even have to guess. He wrote a song talking about they didn't care about us. He was calling people devils and stuff. So, you know. This is not a Christian live, so you will be, you don't have to come through here anymore. I will block. So, I know what the Bible says. The thing is, you have to know who the Christ is to be able to discern an antichrist. Yes. You will have to know who the Christ is in order to deny it. And it's funny, many Christians don't even realize they deny the Christ all the time. They have the form of godliness, but deny its power. Because the Christ is not a person, it's the power and wisdom of the infinite. Right, it's a Christ live, right. Why would I need to debate the truth? The truth does not need to be debated, does it? The truth is the truth regardless of who knows it or who accepts it, right? Brian, why would I need to debate? But that's what Christians want. Christians just want you to listen and take what they say at face value. Isn't that what you do? Are you a Christian? Don't you? You're not listening to other point of views. You don't care what other people think. You only want to proselytize and convert to people to your religion. You're trying to save people, right? You don't care what people have going on. You don't care that people don't want to be a Christian. You sentence them to eternal inferno. You have no evidence either. I thought the whole point of religion, your religion, is faith-based. It's to believe in something you cannot see. Why are you always asking, why you become Missouri? Why are you Missouri? Why are you the show me state? Yes, it is. Religion is man-made. So you're not religious? It's interesting that you say you're not religious, but you take all the precepts of Christianity and then try to tell me you're not religious. Everything you're saying is religious based. So how are you telling me that you're not a Christian, that you're not following a religion, when everything you believe is based on Christianity, which is a religion? Like, what are we doing? Is that a religion? Never heard of it before. Paleo Hebrew. What is that? That's something new. I don't know what that is. Is that why you call Jesus Yahushua? Is that what it is? That's why you call Jesus Yahushua? Because the letter J never existed. So you see Jesus as a... Who is your father? How many fathers do you have? I thought your Bible tells you call no man father. So here you go. Here you go. You're not honoring the book. I thought your book told you not to call no man father. You only have one father, so who are your fathers? Who are your father's chosen language? So God has a chosen language now? Okay. Not God has a chosen language. Why aren't you speaking in chosen language? Then why are you on here speaking English? Why are you using English then? You should only be speaking in Arabic, and that means you should not be on my live because I don't speak Arabic. So oh, it is a religion. It's most definitely it's all based on belief. Your religion, your Christianity is based on belief. You want people to believe you based on what a book says. But you don't believe Islam based on their book. You don't practice Hinduism based on its book. You don't practice Buddhism based on its writings, but you do accept your book based on its writings. That's a religion. Oh, the Hebraic tongue. So the Hebraic tongue. But that's what I'm talking about. Y'all too strict. That's why people don't want to be religious. Y'all got too many rules. Now God only got a specific language now all of a sudden. He only got a specific tongue now. What is going on? Does God not speak to you in English? Does God speak to you in English or not, Brian? Does God speak to you in English? How does God speak to you when you hear God talk to you? He only speaks to you in the Hebraic tongue. That's the only time you hear God. You can't hear God in English. Because what are we doing? That part. But here's the thing. I've chosen to you get to have your beliefs. I'm not here to tell you to do anything different. Thing is, I choose to interpret the script how I want to interpret them and how it benefits me. If you feel like the interpretation that I'm rendering does not satisfy you, then do you. I'm not here to convince you otherwise. I don't need to prove anything to you. Because if I told you how to prove it to yourself, you wouldn't do it anyway. You just really want to debate the scriptures, but your Bible tells you not to debate. It tells you if no one is receiving what you're saying, you're supposed to keep it moving. Dust the feet off, wipe the dust off your feet and just keep going. You're not supposed to debate the scriptures. And so I'm going to do what the Bible says. I'm not going to debate it. I'm just going to live it. I'm going to apply it. And this platform is for those who wants to apply the Bible or who just wants to transform their life. And they understand the transformation of their life starts with the transformation of their mind. And that's what the Bible is telling you. The Bible is telling you how to transform your thinking so you can realize the desires of your heart. So you can live your life according to the way you want life to be. What is it that you want out of life? That's the question. Who do you say that I am? And whatever you say that I am, that's what you should be. Who are you? Who are you? I am. Right? Whoever you say that I am, that's what you shall be. Who do you say that I am? Right? I am rich. Most people would, I am rich. I am love. I am prospered. I am joy. I am love. I am determined. I can be, do, and have whatever I desire. I give my life to my desires, to my choosing. The metaphysical 10 commandments. Interesting. You say it's so good? Not, yes. It's healed. Yes, I am healed. You're trying to understand me? Yes. Well, you're not going to agree with it because I don't come from the text as you have been as you have learned it. The Bible is psychological for me. It's not a historical text. So I don't believe that anything actually happened in that Bible. I believe that it's all metaphors. It's all talking about your mind, how to transform your mind. The only thing literal about the Bible is when it's talking about your mind and it's talking about the words that you use. That's the only time the Bible is literal. When it tells you that as a man thinks in his heart, so is he, that's literal. When the Bible tells you it is by your words you are justified and by your words you are condemned, that's literal. When it says be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, that's literal. Put off the former conversation and be renewed in the spirit of your mind, that's literal. All of those stories about, a flood and snakes talking and, donkeys talking and people coming back after 3 or 4 days to tell about it. Those aren't literal. Those are allegories. Anything referencing your mind, your thought is literal. They don't have any evidence. It's all made up. They have no evidence. There's no evidence of any of those people ever existing in time and space. Absolutely none. You're going to tell me a piece of wood is supposed to be evidence? How about a gravesite will be evidence? But you have none. You have absolutely no gravesites of these people. You're going to tell me that a building, oh, that's Solomon's castle. How do you know? Because they said so? You don't know that. Anybody can be fooled. I'm not going after fool's gold. Here's the thing. I don't need to believe in it because I'm not a Christian. A Christian needs to accept what is being told to them. I don't need to believe anything that they say. But it's just like you don't believe in Islam either, and they have evidence as well. Why aren't you a Muslim? They have evidence. Buddhist monks, they have evidence. Why aren't you a Buddhist? Hindus, they have evidence. Why aren't you a Hindu? No, because you chose Christianity. All of you all are saying that you're right. Somebody got to be wrong. How about you're all wrong? How about instead of, but you needed to bring peace to your life. And if you needed to bring peace to your life, I can't tell you any other thing. Like, I'm not here to take away people's beliefs. I'm not here to, if you feel like it serves you and you're getting the best out of having the relationship that you have, reading the scriptures, my thing is, are you living the life? Because it doesn't matter if you know the scriptures and you've seen evidence of it. What matters is has it made a change in your life? And if it has, then kudos to you. Hats off to you. You shouldn't change a thing. Say Jesus was more Buddha than the Christian. But hey, you get to have your belief. I'm not here to down anyone's belief system. I'm just choosing not to apply it to my life. But I am applying the principles of the scriptures. I do like quoting scriptures because they do remind you that your mind, how powerful your mind is. And that as long as you remain persistent, consistent, you will see a change in your life. And I know that change does not have to come after I die. It can happen right here and right now. I'm not looking for some paradise after. I want paradise now. I want my paradise now. The Bible tells me that heaven comes down to earth. I'm about bringing heaven to earth. I want to live in my heavenly state now. Now. Hey, Mia. Now. Believe, you get to believe whatever you want. I'm not trying to convince you otherwise. But I choose to believe in me. I would choose to believe in my own mind. That's what's knowable to me. What's knowable to me is the here and now. What's not knowable to me is what happened in the past. Stories, narratives get changed. Stories get manipulated. Things get switched out. I'm going to trust what I know in the present moment, in the reality I'm currently living. I'm not getting, the Bible tells you not to look back. I just know that that's what the script tells me. It tells me not to look back. It tells me that any man who puts his hand to the plow to go to the kingdom is not fit, and looks back is not fit for the kingdom. Any man that puts his hand to the plow and looks back is not fit for the kingdom. But for whatever reason, Christians love to look back. They love to talk about the church fathers and the evidence and the shroud and the boat and the temple, and they love to look back. But your Bible tells you to look forward thinking, forward movement. That's why Lot's wife was turned into a pillar of salt. But that just means that when you look back, you stuck there. It's a metaphor. You don't believe a person actually turned into a pillar of salt, do you? Because if that happens whenever someone looks back or talks about the past, we should all be salt. We should all be walking around being salt. So clearly that's not what that story was telling you. The story was telling you when you're wanting to go into a new state and actualize a new experience, you can't talk about the past. You can't be stuck in the old state. You can't be talking about, well, maybe, or I don't know, or, I guess so, or you double-mindedness. Yes, validity is easily lost from any story due to the storyteller. That part. And yes, it is very paralyzing. That part. Why put off tomorrow something I can have today? Say that. That part. Like, life is for living. But according to a lot of religions, no, it's not. It's for saving. They believe life is for saving. Life is for living. Right? Life is not for saving. Life is for living. Why you don't want to live and be set free? Live your best life. Live lovely. Live amazing. Live joyfully. Live with a certitude of expectation. Not living questioning here's the thing, you can question everything but yourself. But even then, sometimes you want to question yourself, but don't doubt yourself. Don't, believe in what's possible for you. And if in what you want, you see someone else has it, that means it don't happen one time. If what you're desiring, you see someone else has experienced it, then that's what you're supposed to be like, okay, that's for me. Because if they can do it, I can do it. This law is no respect of persons, right? And even if you don't see that someone else has, like something you're asking, you don't know nobody else that has ever performed it, they have never brought it into their experience, then you're going to be the first. You're going to be someone's inspiration. You're going to be the first one to do it. And then everybody else going to look at you and say, oh, man, I thought that was something hard. I thought about doing that, but I thought it wasn't a possibility. Now you show me it can be done. Thank you. I appreciate you. Now you gave me inspiration for me to believe in myself, to trust in my ability. Yes, because that's all it is. We're all here just being inspirations for one another. We're encouraging one another to greatness. That's what we should be doing. Not condemning people for wanting more out of life. That's the conditioning that has to be deconstructed. Because religion will condemn you for wanting more out of life. And the very ones condemning you is the very ones that want to get the thing that you got. They want to be able to expand their consciousness, expand their territory, right? Expand their land, expand their bank account, expand their friendships, expand their circle. They want expansion, but they so afraid, they so scared, they so, living in trepidation, right? That's it. I don't get it. And, it's like, since, and that's contagious. That's why you gotta be so aware. You gotta be so tuned in to who you are, that you don't catch yourself and fall into that trap, right? Of being bound by fear and negativity and doubt and limitation. I'm telling people how I live my life. People can do whatever they want to do with their life. I'm telling people stop being limited by life, but they don't have to listen to me because I'm just a woman on YouTube. Clearly, Jeff, he wants people to be bound by sin and no hope within. He wants people to worry about life in the afterlife. He don't want people to operate in the here and now. Unfortunate for Jeff. Unfortunate for Jeff. What a lowly soul. Too bad, Jeff. That's what I'm talking about. These are the type of people you have to stay away. You have to tune out when they come with the negative thinking and thinking that seeing yourself as amazing, seeing yourself as wonderful, seeing yourself as brilliant, as intelligent is a wrong thing. I'm not here arguing. That's your problem. Clearly, you don't understand argumentation strategies, because here you think there is an argument when it's not. Clearly, you don't. You thought you ate with that when you didn't. You don't even know what an argument is. No one's arguing. This is the truth being shared. You don't like it? Move along. Scroll to the next live. Go watch some YouTube shorts. Do something better with your time than listening to someone that you claim has no understanding. Why are you listening to me? So who's the fool here? Who's the foolish one here? You're listening to someone that you claim don't even have an understanding. Why are you stopping by? Why are you even commenting? You should have just kept on scrolling. But no, here you are. Yet here you are. Oh, yes. Expand your repertoire. Yes. And here you are. You still talking. And you still haven't left. It's amazing, y'all. Still commenting. Still commenting. I'm not even going to bother to read your comment. Because, but I appreciate your comments because they do help the algorithm. So thank you. I appreciate you. Appreciate you stopping by, giving your 2 cents. Thank you so much. So we're talking about renewing our minds, reminding ourselves of our power, the power to create the reality we want to experience, and not to be limited by other people's limitations, right? People talking about what's impossible, what's possible, because people don't understand how the mind works. The mind is very susceptible to any thought. Us as a human species, as a species on this plane, because we have this desire to know, and for some reason we were told it was not okay to not know, we look and search and fill in gaps where you just need to be in a place and be accepted. Be okay with not knowing. Be okay with not knowing who the original people here that came into this being, right? Be okay with not knowing who the first 2 people were. Be okay with not knowing what happens after you depart the body. Be okay with not knowing that. Be okay with living your best life in the present moment. Be okay with, I have this life now. I'm not sure of what's going to happen after I depart the body, and I'm okay with that. But one thing I am also okay with is that there's no eternal inferno. That's one thing I am definitely okay with accepting for my life. That there is no eternal inferno. That will, keeping, because here's the thing, they make it sound like the devil is going to have some type of authority in hell. Supposedly the hell was made for the devil and his angels. And the story is just, I don't even want to talk about the story because the story doesn't even make when the more you tell it and the more you talk about it, the more nonsensical it makes. That's why that whole narrative was added 500 years after Christ, that after the story of the Christ, right? It was just a way to manipulate people, to control them through fear. Religion is fear-based. Everything regarding hell and devil is fear-based. All of it's fear-based. It's all because again, our minds are susceptible to for whatever reason, when we don't know something, we have been trained to fill in the gap and put information there that does not belong. You have to get to a place in your life where you're okay with saying, I don't know. It's okay that I don't know. But what I do know, I'm going to work with. I know myself, and I'm going to trust myself, have faith in myself, belief in myself, know myself. Everybody else, I'm just going to enjoy your company because that's about all I can do. I can enjoy your company. I can touch and agree with you for the desires of your heart. And after that, there's nothing much I could do. I'm not here to validate anyone. I'm not here to invalidate anyone. I'm not here to put no one on a pedestal or to look down at anyone. I'm here to have the human experience and experience this plane with those who come into my orbit, those who enter my universe, those who enter my world, and have a wonderful experience with you. After that, I don't need to study philosophy. You need to go study. You know what, Jeff? It's been nice. You can go. They say old habits die hard, as they say, but I'm learning to just like, it's not even worth it. It's not even worth it. It's not even worth it. The Bible is mind science. Be transformed by the renewing of your mind. People want your mind, and you got to tell them no. People want to tell you what to think, tell you how to feel, right? This is self-discovery. Discovering your own power, discovering what it is that you want out of life, choosing to be great in your own mind, choosing to be great in whatever you do, knowing that you will prosper in all that you do. And you don't need to look outside of self. You don't need to look outside of self. You don't need to get someone else to validate you and tell you how wonderful you are and how amazing you are and how dynamic you are. You should be telling that to yourself. You should be telling yourself of the creative being that you are, that you can be, do, and have whatever you desire. You no longer have to make excuses for life. You no longer have to be troubled in life. You actually can live this life full of love, full of expectation, full of joy. It's not something that you have to grasp at, chase after. It's something that's already within you. And if you allow it to be, it will. It will be. When you operate from the place of knowing who you are, what you are, and why are you here. Why are you here? To experience life, to give meaning to life. Life in and of itself has no meaning. That's something religion doesn't like. Religion wants to give you meaning for life. They want to say, the reason for your life is to worship your deity, worship your father, worship your God, and then do what you need to do to go spend eternity with your God. That you had to prove worthiness to enter into this kingdom. That you had to be taken through trials and tribulations and testings to be found worthy of this afterlife. That's the whole purpose that you came into this world. Is so you can gain entry into an afterlife. And if somehow you can't determine which religion you should give your allegiance to, shame on you. It's your fault. It's your fault, even though you're told God is not the God of confusion. You should not be confused. He sent his prophets. He sent his men of God and women of God. How dare you not understand? How dare you not know? But then you got to be like, well, it's so many religions around the world. So many. How do we know which one is the right one? How do we decipher? How do we know that Reverend Moon wasn't Christ, the second coming of Christ? How do we know he wasn't the Messiah? How do we know that, it's just, how do we know that some man named Jesus actually came 2,000 years ago and died for the sins of the world? How do we know that to be true? Well, because it's in a book. And so since it's in a book, it must be true. After that, you have no evidence. After that, it ends up just being a story that you have to take by faith. You have to accept that what someone is telling you is true with no evidence to it. That's why belief is the most powerful tool here on earth. Because that is what leads us astray. Belief. Belief in what someone else says. Why is it necessary that we believe in what someone else says? Oh, thank you, Jordan. Yep. Absurdist and nihilism are the most realistic interpretations of existence. Happy Monday. That's it. And that's something that a lot of people don't like to come to terms with. But all you have is here and now. All you have is what is now. And make the best of what is now. You want to be a multi-gazillionaire? You can be. Tell yourself it's possible. You want to own land all over the world? You can. You want real estate? You can. You want to leave a legacy for your children's children? You can. You want to experience polygamy? You can. You want to be someone's Messiah? You can. You want to be a pastor? You want to be the president? You want to start your own business? You want to be the greatest dancer? He's the greatest dancer. I wonder why. He's the greatest dancer. I wonder why. You could be. This world is a world of make-believe, and you can be whatever you believe yourself to be. And when I say don't look back on the past, I'm talking about your past mistakes. We can't learn from documentaries and historical events, especially when it comes to the power of the mind. Because all is now, right? All is now. So even though they say, oh, it happened during this timeline and it happened, these events turned. What I'm watching these documentaries for is the mind. What were people thinking? How did people's mind get captured? And we know from psychology that our minds get captured through repetition, through music, right? They usually do those things together, but you just keep hearing the same thing over and over. Like a lot of these multi-level marketing schemes, they have tapes. These like when we think about Reverend Ike, right? Reverend Ike was telling you about the psychology of the mind, right? He called the Bible mind science, right? What did he do? He sold tapes and books because he understood that you have to continuously hear these things so that the mind can be programmed to success, because it was programmed to failure, to fear, to doubt, to limitation. Now you have to go about reprogramming it to success, abundance, joy, peace, love, kindness, whatever it is you want in this reality, it's yours to have. It's yours for the taking. You just have to decide what it is that you want, and then allow yourself to experience the process of getting it. I know we're in a world where instant gratification is the way. And you're going to hear it in all thoughts of life, all schools of life. Get it now, get it now, get it now, get it now, right? People don't like delayed gratification. They want the thing now. But life shows you, nature shows you, there's a process to everything. A baby comes on the scene, they don't turn 21 the next day. Someone is impregnated in the womb, they don't have the baby the next day. You plant a rose bush in the garden, it doesn't bloom the next day. Be okay with experiencing the journey, the unfoldment. Have fun with life. The instant gratification is really setting people up for disappointment. Even when you have an idea, right? Say you have it. So like when I used to do event decor and I had an idea and I said, you know what, I would really like to do someone's wedding. Few minutes later, sometime about an hour later, I go to my Facebook and I get a message saying that they wanted me to plan their wedding. Was their wedding the next day? No, their wedding was months later. All the planning, all the things that go into making sure that one day was a beautiful experience, right? The ordering all of the linen and getting, all of the things necessary to make sure this event turned out really nice. But I had to, wanting to decorate for the event, I still knew there was a process to bring that into fruition. Hey, Aaron, you said it's a trap. That's it. Whenever they got it, it will be now. But that's all you have. So all you have is now. But people miss out on the journey, worried about the now. But every moment is now. You cannot ever not be in the now. Even if you're thinking of the past, you're doing it now. Even when you're contemplating the future, you're doing it now. You're always in the now. You're never not in the now. That's all there is. It's now. And people get so infatuated with the end result. When you already know the end result, now it's time to enjoy the process. Learn to enjoy the process. Right? You want a business and you want it to bloom. You want to make millions of dollars in your business. Are you ready to experience the unfoldment of the getting the clients, getting the contracts, getting the having the money in the transaction? Like, are you ready for all the stuff that's involved with $1 million business? Because there is stuff that's involved with $1 million business. Even if you're deciding to win the lottery, you decided that's where my millions are coming from. Well, guess what? You have to go buy the ticket. You have to go turn in the ticket. You have to sign forms. You have to prove your identity, right? And then you have to wait for them to gather the funds to put it into your bank account. You got to decide what you're going to do with the money, how you're going to allocate the money, or what investments you're going to put it in. If you're going to put it in a trust, how you're going to set up the trust. Are you going to do, the one big amount, or if you're going to have it get it over a course of time? Like, it's things that also goes into the unfoldment of it. And that should be the excitement, the unfoldment of you taking the picture with a big old check with the amount of money and your name on it. Like, I did it, we did it. Like experiencing all that. Even if you woke up tomorrow and there was $1 million in the bank, what would you do? Let's say you went to sleep tonight, you woke up, it was $1 million in your bank account. What's different about your life? You got the $1 million. What's different? What's different about your life? That's funny. Let's say, I already have a plan. Not to go on a Prosperous Living with T-Church. Say, get a house, vastly improve my life still. Who is my God? I don't believe in gods. I do not believe in gods. The Bible is mind science. The Bible is not a book about a God. It's about the book of you being God. There is no God. There is no God. Right? There are no spirits. There are no supernatural entities. I don't agree. I don't believe in that either. Yeah. Right. There is no supernatural. Right. Things happen. Because here's the thing. If you are experiencing a supernatural event, what we call supernatural, is it supernatural or is it natural when we just all haven't experienced it? Because we're calling it supernatural, but maybe it's just a natural event that everybody doesn't get to experience. And because you get to experience it, you're calling it supernatural, right? Because some people will say it's supernatural if they are able to bring $1 billion into the experience. Or it's a supernatural thing if, they experience a healing in their body. And somebody will say, oh, that was a supernatural. But are there some things that can be explained to the human intellect and we call it supernatural? Okay, I give you that. There are some things that's happening that the human intellect can't quite figure out why it's taking place or why it's happening. I've already said I'm not here to be convinced of somebody else's mystical experiences. They're not for me, they're for you. If and when I have mystical experiences, they are for me. They're not for anyone else. Because no one else will be experiencing it. It would just be me experiencing it. And I don't know how someone else's mystical experiences benefits another person. It doesn't. Someone mystical experience does not benefit another person. Other than you trying to say that you somehow are a special human. Oh, look what I can do. Look what I saw. Look what I did. Look what I experienced. Okay. And I said, there are no special humans. No one's more special than another. They're not special beings in this world. Yes, no such thing as something outside of yourselves. We made everything, the house, the building. We did. We did. I love it. Out of Babylon. That's it. We made it all up. This whole world is make believe. We made it a thing and we called it that thing. Right? I saw this young guy. He was talking about being a Gen Zer and how he was saying how he had he's almost saying he didn't have no hope for the future. Because he was talking about how what people call the elites have made life so difficult to live. You know, how everything is transactional, everything is a commodity, and how they have made things so difficult to obtain. And he was saying that they basically, like, your life isn't worth anything if you're not a billionaire or a millionaire. And he said that it's their way of trying to get rid of us, get rid of those who haven't made it maybe to the middle class. And, I get what he was saying, because he's coming from the perspective of the older generation is poo-pooing on the Gen Zers. And they're like, but he's like, the older generation is why the Gen Zers are having such a difficult time. And they don't want to take, telling the Gen Zers how they got it so much easier. And when we were younger, we had to go through this, we had to go through that, we had to. And his perspective is, though, when you were younger, things were a lot cheaper. Things didn't cost as much. We weren't experiencing inflation the way we are. So I get what he was saying. It's just like, you put us in this mess, and then you're blaming the next generation for being in the mess that you created and trying to blame them for not figuring out how to get out of the mess you left behind. So I get it. That's why I'm like, this world, we want it to be a collective experience. We want to, and it could be a collective experience if everybody thought the same, but we know everybody doesn't. Everybody, when you got Christians, you got Muslims, you got Hindu, you got Buddhists, you have all these different types of religions. Those are the major ones. So that's why I'm listening. Hindu, Buddha, Islam, Christianity. Those are like some of the Confucius. Those are kind of the major religions. You got the religions, and then you got the different types of economic systems. So you got socialism, communism, capitalism, you got that, right? And then and then you got racism, and then you got different cultures, and then you got different languages. Everybody, until we learn how to accept the differences in others, right? Until we can learn how to accept the differences, the world is going to keep on just doing what it's doing. So when you awaken in this dream we call life, and you figure out how to command your reality, I mean, you could tell people about it, show people that it can be a different life. You don't have to accept what you're being told by all of these schisms or isms, right? You don't have to accept it. You can decide to see life from a different point of view. The thing is, just know, everybody may not see it from your perspective, and you have to be okay with that. Some people want to struggle. Some people want to be divisive. Some people want to, keep it as it is. Some people want to make it hard for other people. Some people say, well, I had to struggle, you're going to have to struggle. And some people say, well, I struggled, I don't want you to struggle, right? So it's just like, that's why you got to create your own reality. You got to create your own world. Yeah, you got to figure out. Right, Elizabeth? So it's like, and then, you get so caught up in that reality, you gotta pull yourself up out of the rabbit hole, right? Because that rabbit hole, depending on which rabbit hole you continue to go down, that rabbit hole just keeps going down. You got to figure out a way how to pull yourself up out of the rabbit hole. And how you pull yourself up out of the rabbit hole, just decide what it is you want out of life, and let everybody else have their reality, right? You got to decide, okay, what do I want to do in my life? I can't make other people see it from my perspective. I can't make people see that, actually things can be. I can't make that a thing, because I'm not here to manipulate people. I'm not here to control people. I'm not looking to be master of people, because there are people like that too, right? They're just like, look, I'm going to figure out how to manipulate the masses so I can get rich. There are people like that. And you got to decide, which character are you going to play? What character are you? And you better do it with your whole chest, because some people, they're doing it with their whole chest. Decide what you want. Decide what you want. Everybody not built the same. Everybody don't think the same. And that's okay. That's okay. You got to carve out for yourself in this reality what it is you want, what it is you want to actualize, and then live from there. Yes, I am. Yeah, I am. Hello. Oh, that's how it is. Oh, I don't like that. How you doing, the artist? I was wondering what they were putting the little boxes at. That's what they putting it at? Mm. How are you?
Hey, Auntie.
Hey. Let me see if I can
How are
change this
you?
around. I'm doing great. How you doing?
I'm in a good space. I can
Oh,
wait. I know you.
no. You can
Yeah.
talk. I'm listening.
No, I was tapping into what you were saying. Like when you said you can't really force other people, you know. Um, it's definitely been a journey. Trying to understand this thing on my own. So trying to incorporate other people into the mix is crazy. You try to tell them something, it's like you feeding them carrots when they want eggs. It's like, okay.
You funny.
Hey, you know what I'm saying? It's been one of those, but it's a humbling experience because it's like you said before, I think there was another gentleman that came onto your live before, and he was saying how like you can't wake someone up before their alarm clock, their alarm clock dings type shit. And man, I had a whole experience this past week where I told you I had opened myself up to dating, right? Hunty. Whew. Oh, I miss the married life. Okay. And I started looking at that person and I was like, man, I can't see this situation the same way that I had seen it before, because now I know too much, you know? I know this has nothing to do with them. It has everything to do with me. And I was going back to the scriptures and I was like, you know what? Let me regurgitate the scriptures. Let me feed myself with the knowing, right? And in the scriptures, I found out that all the things that I was anticipating from them, I wasn't showing up as. And that's some accountability you really have to sit with. Like all the things that we say we want in connections, not just with other people, but within ourselves. It becomes difficult to receive because we haven't stepped into the identity of someone who is deserving of them. And I didn't realize that I didn't feel deserving. I thought, hey, I got this thing. I could manifest, I can create, I can, you know what I'm saying? Like I know the scriptures, all that, but it's a difference in knowing. And then what the Bible says, study to show thyself approved. Big difference. To show thyself approved. You get what I'm saying? Like, you can't fake the funk when it comes to God. You can't fake the funk when it comes to that conversation, that relationship that you have with the inner self that knows the all, the everything. You know what I'm saying? So while I'm sitting here like, oh, she got this, she got that, I wasn't looking at myself saying, oh, but I'm not showing up. You feel me? I'm looking like someone who's unequally yoked with my desires. That's crazy. But we don't give ourselves enough credit for being the author of our lives, the intentionalizer of what we truly desire for ourselves. And I had to sit with that, man. You know, like I could have been like, man, shorty, she crazy.
Not she crazy.
She crazy. She ain't showing up like I wanted to. But then I had to realize, like, but am I showing up as someone who is, being intentional? All the scriptures that align with, being in alignment with our best self, our God self, the parts of us that deserve and intend and create. But that moment when you have to tell yourself, I'm not showing up as the person that I identify with, man, that's a yo, that's a whole nother pill to swallow. But that's a part of the journey.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's a part of the journey in regards to being honest, authentic, transparent, and open with yourself. So just wanted to hop on real quick and tell you I appreciate you for all of your wisdom. I do think that life is supposed to be easy, calm, blessed, beautiful, but when it's not, I'm not judging it because I see what's happening. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, I mean, I get it. We've been told that life is supposed to be a struggle. And to me, the more you kind of go outside your just what you're used to seeing,
Yeah.
right? Like when you decide that life is when you can sometimes you do have to look outside your own box to get a better understanding of what's around you and what's possible. We're so boxed in and we're so used to, oh, I'm only going to listen to this voice. I'm only going to listen to this voice. No, you have to go and listen to and see what's happening in the reality around you, because that's going to expand your consciousness and not from a judgment place, right? Not, oh, they just do it so different than me. Not from a place of why they don't think like I do, but find out why they think the way they think. What's causing that reality to be, or what's causing their mind to go there, right?
Because how is that a reflection of what I've already kind of created for myself? Because most of the time it's just hidden reflections. It's hidden mirrors that we don't realize that the old self, the parts of us,
it'll help you not be so judgmental. To me, it'll help you not be so judgmental.
Exactly.
Right? Because I don't know if you heard me talking about the cult, the cult of personality. Those different ones that we call cults. Like we don't call religion a cult, but they are a cult, right? Because they don't. They're all about, if you don't agree with us, you're demonic, right? You have to be excommunicated. You're considered a heretic. But I was those that was on the extreme circumstances, like the ones that came here calling themselves the Messiah, and how they get other people to buy in to their belief, and not just a small number, like thousands and millions to buy into their belief that they were the Messiah. And me watching those documentaries, was just more evident, like, damn, we do live in a land of belief. Because you can convince someone of anything.
Yeah.
And that's why you have to caution with the understanding that the belief is for you and not for other people. Go ahead.
Did you watch the Tyler Perry, I think it was Ruthless or something like that? Okay. Something about Ruthless or something. But it was like a whole cult. And shit was crazy.
Wow.
But it was a good watch. You just, you know what I'm saying, you really gotta be strong in your own personal beliefs to watch it. But
right, you got to come from a place of non-judgment, because if you understand there is no God, I think a lot of us still have that as a remnant in our mind, thinking that, oh, someone's going to take care of this. Like, because when you see that these people, how they rise through the ranks and how they end up, they're touching, they're the ones getting um laws passed, and
Mm-hmm.
they're the ones shaking hands with governments and stuff, and it's just like with the
But
government
they
heads,
showing,
with heads of government, and it's just like, and y'all want us to believe that it's a God.
but they showing you how to do it. That's the
That's
crazy
the
part.
thing. Like, they believed it, right? And they tell you how they manipulated the people, and
Mm-hmm.
because they understood the science of mind, how
Mm-hmm.
malleable the
Yeah,
mind is,
that's what I'm saying.
and that the
Yeah.
mind is, it is suggestive or
Mm-hmm.
susceptible because it learns through repetition.
Absolutely.
and
Absolutely.
and
That's
and
why.
those people that were they had this mass scale, they were very systematic about it.
Yeah.
Like, they were relentless in making sure that their followers, those people that joined their communes, only heard their voice.
Yeah. But that's how it works, right? Like they're using what
And so
they're
I'm like,
learning.
you need to, so knowing that, knowing how the mind works, now you have to be 10 toes down, and my mind is only gonna hear my voice.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I'm
But
waking up
you
morning, noon, and night, and I'm telling myself who I am. I'm not
but
going to allow the outside world to dictate to me who I
absolutely.
am.
Absolutely. But you can't be mad at them.
No,
They
I
just
wasn't.
learning.
No judgment.
You know
I was just like, they really were God here on the earth. Like,
what I'm saying?
because we telling ourselves we God, right? But
Yeah.
they became someone else's God. Like, they
Yeah.
became someone
Yeah.
else's God. And they're like, and you can't tell them people no different. They're like, yes, they had the answer. They were the light. They were,
Yeah.
because of him, I'm sinless. Because of him, I'm free. Because of him, I learned my sexuality. I know how to be free in it. But they didn't realize they were still imprisoned because they were living their life through
Yep.
someone else's vision.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's why I say, like, at the end of the day, I mean, the manipulation is real. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if we really pay attention to how it works and how they moved, you'll see, like, they not doing nothing other than what we supposed to be doing.
Yep.
They just doing it for their own agenda.
they getting wealthy off of people's ignorance.
Yep. And now that
The
we're
lack of knowledge
knowledgeable,
is no excuse. You are
at all.
you are at the behest, and you are susceptible to this. Everybody is.
Absolutely, absolutely. But the beautiful part about it is that we all have that beautiful mind of ours where we can create for ourselves instead of being fed someone else's ideology of who and what God is. So, you do with that what you want to.
Yep.
But I appreciate you, Auntie. I just
you?
want to hop on real quick and say, what I'm saying, love you. I'm a hop off real quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for joining. Appreciate you. Hey, A-Town, how are you?
What up, sis?
Hey, what's going on? How are you?
Chilling. I'm excellent. And yourself?
Oh, great. Thank you.
How was your weekend?
Oh, beautiful.
That's
Beautiful,
good. How's the
yeah.
weather up there?
Oh, man, it's gonna be like 80 degrees today.
Okay, that's dope. Yeah,
We go through that bipolar, whether today it'll be 80, tomorrow it'll be 60.
Okay, y'all still in that stage?
Yep.
Okay. No, that's good. That's good. You gotta take the good with the bad.
Yep.
That's good. You switched up prompts, or what you doing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So is this one gonna?
And then I was getting a lot of. They were saying that my screen was too dark. I kept getting, oh, your live is being restricted because you don't have your camera. It's too. I guess they thought it was too dark. So I was like, you know what? Let me just go ahead and change it.
TikTok?
Yes,
Is this TikTok giving you? Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, they were like, your camera is on you. Go ahead.
No, well, I was just gonna say, because you had way darker prompts than this. I'm just kind of curious. Is it the transformation that TikTok's going through, or do you feel like people are reporting, or is this just a TikTok type of situation?
I don't know. I mean, with the other prompt, it wasn't as many people coming through, and I think it was because it was dark. So I don't know. I don't know. Who knows?
Okay.
People,
Yeah.
just gotta roll with it. You know, and those supposed to see it will see it, and those who don't want to see it,
That's a fact. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I was like, let me find a lot of, because I just didn't want to be on screen today. I think they be trying to get me to, but I'm like, there are plenty of lives where the person is not on screen. You know,
Yeah,
they're
no,
like, turn
absolutely.
on
Yeah,
your
no,
cameras. And I'm like,
absolutely.
what you mean turn on my camera? I have seen, and they have had dark prompts too. And I'm just like,
Yeah,
why are
yeah,
you trying to get me to show my face?
yeah, and that's what I'm saying, because I'm in these TikTok streets, and I see a whole different vibe, and I see them on for hours at the same time, and I don't see them having different, having to come on and show their face or stuff like that. So
Right, yeah.
yeah, I don't know. It's
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah, weird. I don't know either. You know. It could be that. It could be exactly what you said. You know, people are like, I don't like, this, I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay,
What
Aaron.
up, Aaron?
What's up?
What's up? How you doing, brother?
I'm camera on today.
I see.
I know, I see it.
Beautiful.
What's up with you, boss?
What's
How you
that?
living? Where you at? What side of the world you on? Can you hear me?
Y'all want to see my view?
Yeah, let's do it. Sorry, can you put it on big screen?
No, just this is good.
Oh, where you at?
Oh, hold on, my bad. This is Brooklyn looking at the One World Trade Center. Sorry, I'm trying to do the zoom, but I don't think it zooms. I'll stop touching it.
Okay, no, I don't zoom.
Okay, so I don't know what to do. Sorry, my bad. Can you see it?
Yeah, we can see
Yeah, it
it.
looks
save.
good.
That's why. Oh, that's why.
It looks good.
Isn't that beautiful? This is beautiful.
So what river is this? This is the
The Hudson River? Is it the Hudson River?
Yeah, the East River.
Okay. Dope. So you chilling out there?
One
Chilling
road.
on
I'm chilling. I
Yeah, you
honestly
chilling like
laid
a
out
villain.
on this bench listening to Toyia and took a good nap.
Wow. All
I
right.
was listening to you and I just was resting and I was like, yes. I was just like, speak the truth.
No.
And I took a good nap.
That's beautiful.
But it was like I'm awake nap. You know those naps when you're awake, but you're right at that middle part
That's
before
sweet
you
spot.
really fall asleep. That sweet spot.
Right. I already know. I fell
Yeah.
asleep to Toyia, I think this weekend. Well, I had a good old nap on Toyia. I woke up, you know what I'm saying? She was
It's just your voice is so soothing and it's like
Yeah.
so comforting.
Oh, thank you.
And I appreciate the affirmation. I'm just like, yes. Yeah.
It's all affirmation, right?
I'm just like,
Yes.
Yes. We got to constantly remind ourselves, because I'm telling you, if you don't, the world will try to infiltrate in a minute, boy.
Yeah. And then like what you said, it's all belief, so you better believe what you want.
That's that part. It's
Believe what you
like go
want.
hard or go home now, right? It's like go hard or go home, you know?
Yeah, because I think I text that to you. I've seen too many times now in the last 3 years of it's already done, and then it being done. I was like, oh, so we need to think even bigger because nothing that I've said that it's done it's already been done, and I'm like, wow.
So what's next, right?
Exactly.
That's where I'm at. I think I was telling Toyia that the other week. Like, if it's already done, let me not. Yeah, what's next? And more.
And
or, just like continue. Yeah, absolutely, et cetera, et cetera. So that's exactly where I'm at. Because if it's already done, my desires already say it's so. And so all I need to do is just stay, persistence into that consciousness, and just revel in the love of it already being done.
And enjoy the unfolding, like she was saying. That's what it's like, the unfolding of it. Like, it's so good. You know what I'm saying? It's just so good.
I think that's what people forget, because they want that instant gratification. And I get it. You get into that comparison mode and competitive mode, and like, I want it yesterday and I want it. Actually, you don't. You think you do. Actually, you want to be prepared for the blessing. You want to be able to enjoy it when it comes, and you want to be in the right state. It happens exactly when it's supposed to. Because some people get it and then they're overwhelmed. They're like, oh my goodness, it's happening so fast.
Don't know what to do with it.
Don't even know what to do with it. But as soon as you touch it spiritually, it's going to come. You touch it within, it happens. And, you know, just be easy with it. And even if you feel like you're not ready, take a moment to step back and be like, okay, why am I feeling like I don't deserve this? Why am I feeling like this is an overwhelming? Why am I questioning the timing? No, the reason it came is because you're supposed to be experiencing it. Give yourself permission to experience it.
It's just like, if you question all that, you want it too bad.
That part, yep.
You shouldn't even want it. That's like, you're so unfocused on over there that you're not here. You want it too much where it's destroying you. If you're starting to get to that part, you know what I'm saying? I was there. I know that feeling, but that's when it's like, when you just know and you just can chill and you're just like,
it doesn't matter when it shows up, right? It doesn't matter when it shows up.
It doesn't matter because you're like, oh, it's all good. Like,
I'm
chilling.
Yes,
I am that.
Yes, like this is supposed to be like, how can it not happen? Like you're in that mindset, of course. Like what?
Yes,
that's who I am. Yeah, no question. Like it becomes like it's not a thought of it anymore because you know that's who you are. It's almost kind of hard to explain because when you are that person, you don't have to think about being that person.
Right. So then it's like, you might as, if you don't know who that person is yet, start. I had to write this down myself for something that I know I have a resistance towards, where I've been seeing my resistance and I'm like, hold up, this is not me. Who am I actually? Who is this guy? And I wrote it down and I was just like, this is who I am. I don't know what all this other thoughts and blah, blah, blah are. I know who this guy is. And then once I wrote it down for myself, then I was like, all right, that's what I do. That's who I am. And it's over.
Yep. Hello, Chilled Martian. Welcome to YouTube. Hello, how are you? Welcome.
I think Neville says it, pretty on point too, because I'm on this desire kick. Because I in conjunction with Toyia, like last week's conversation, it's all about desire, right? So if I already have what it is, and Neville says you must assume, first abandon yourself to your ideal, right? So as Aaron said, just abandon yourself to I am. As a woman abandons herself to love, for complete abandonment of self to it is the way to union with your ideal. He says you must assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled until your assumption has all the sensory vividness of reality. So I do be scripting, I do visualization, I consume, and then I be on these podcasts. Not podcasts. I call you a podcast now, Toyia. So that might be coming in the future. I call your joint a podcast.
Okay.
Right. But what was I saying? So just consuming yourself with that information, with the, as you would eat, so you are what you eat type situation. My spirit be eating this up, you know what I mean? And then it goes on to say, that is, you must assume the feeling of the fulfillment of your desire. So for me, it's just like, no, I don't even, if it's unction of, okay, dang, I got this bill, or I got to pay this situation, or I got to do something, or just something adverse to, it automatically comes in the column of fulfillment. I love having more than abundance, because this is the quality of my life. I had to really defer a lot of people really complaining about bills and complaining about certain things, but want this luxurious lifestyle. But I'm like, if you have a luxurious lifestyle, your budget is big. You know what I'm saying? Your quality of life is costly. If you got a chef, if I got housekeepers, and I got all this stuff, and I'm paying stuff for the family and everything like this. This stuff costs. So I can't complain about bills. And then on the other hand, wanting to, be about wealth and be about, abundance and all this other stuff. So everything had to be consumed and balled up into desire and fulfillment. I love being able to pay my bills and, in advance, years in advance, etc. So then it says, until you're possessed by it and feeling crowds, and this feeling crowds all other ideas out of your consciousness. So that's what I just had to do when it comes into like, just little, and it could be little stuff, like try to sneak up in there or little glimpse of an illusion of the 3D, you know what I'm saying? Now the 3D tell me I'm abundant, I'm flying, I'm doing what a travel, I'm helping people out, helping communities out, etc. So everything comes into under the fulfillment, under the unfolding for me, of abundance, of the abandonment of my, to my ideals. So I'm just, that's, I just wanted to land right there.
Beautiful, beautiful. Oh, yes. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Hello, Miss Teddy. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Great, great, great. Thank you.
Hey, A-Town and Aaron. I was thinking about something Aaron was saying. When he was, and I understand, like, you started getting that anxious feeling. I was trying to write. I told you I was trying to talk to text, and it doesn't hear me right. But yeah, a lot of times when that happens, when you're trying to manifest, and then you starting to get that, those feelings coming in and all of this. And I think, to be honest with you, even people, wait a minute, even people who have succeeded and have received it, and then they start going somewhere else with it, I think it's fear. See, I really think it's either a fear, the people who haven't got it yet, it's a fear of it's not going to happen, or, something like you said, it's not instant gratification, or the people who all have it sometimes fear they're going to lose it. Mm-hmm. So, that's something that people who like are focused like we are on it have to understand. When that comes in, you immediately flip that switch and do something different and get back focused, get back on. Here's another thing I want to share. Remember when I told you about, these are things that come to me always afterwards, but just like my friend who said, the guy, that was when I told her how the young lady came and told me about my lights, and she said, see, this was after I had, confessed to her, confession. After I confessed to her, I no longer believe in Christ and the God we always have down through our lives, because this is a lifelong friend from back in childhood. Okay. So she says that was the God showing you, that was the Creator looking out for you. And I thought about this. I wish I had said it, but it came to me later. Okay, and I told her, no, that wasn't the Creator at all. I already told you this. I don't know who else is listening. That's why I'm just sharing. I said, but this is what I wish I could have said. If that was the Creator looking out for me, I would have liked to told the Creator, could you take that particular blessing or whatever that is you call it, and give it to all the sick and dying children that's in the hospital right now, or give it to all the hungry people. Because this little thing about my lights is nothing. I can handle this light. I'm serious.
Right.
I wish, and I wished I had I know that all came, all of this kind of stuff comes to me later, about just this whole ridiculousness of, how everything that happens to you, you must give glory and praise to a deity outside of oneself. Even things that are bad, you give it to something that's outside of yourself. Mm-hmm. So anyway, I just thought about that and wanted to share that for now. I'm going to listen. I mean, if you need me to drop whenever, I see you in a lot of spots, but if you need me to drop, you drop me. But I'm getting ready to go do some juicing because I want my stuff to go there. But I can I'm going to be listening still.
Okay. Thank you. All
right. You're welcome.
Yeah.
Oh, and if I hit that lottery though, I told you we're gonna. I'm either one or two things. I'm opening me up a prosperity with T-Church, or either I'm giving my minister 10% of my time. Okay, but that's funny. Real talk. That second part is real talk. Okay, bye.
Okay. Yeah, it's amazing how God can check for your lights, can pay a cell phone bill. He can, give you how you win the lottery, can, but when it comes to those who are really in need of prayer, who really needs a miracle, then free will is the problem, right? Well, people got the free will. That's why God don't intervene. But he intervened on some lights. He intervened on a car note. He intervened on you closing on the house. But people that's struggling in their body and in their mind, he not intervening on that. Like he just chilling. He just letting things happen as they may. And then now insert free will. Free will goes here. It's just like, come on now.
How can a baby have free will? How can a baby have free will? Okay, I gotta go juice. But how can a little baby have free will? Somebody, make that make sense to me. Or the hungry kids that their stomachs all swole up over there because they don't have food or water. How is that free will? I don't get it.
Yeah. That's why it's just like, people get to have their beliefs. I just can't see life from that perspective anymore because you're basically saying God is respect of persons. Like God is deciding to bless some and not others when it really is you're deciding to have faith and belief in your ability to transform your reality or you don't. And I know we don't want to put it's kind of like we were saying where you're blaming the victim because there are structures in place, right? They say it's systems in place to keep people from really realizing their goals. Then I'm just like, well, these systems, why did some people figure it out then? If the systems are put into place to make sure nobody ever succeeds, then why do some people succeed? If the structures are there and the systems are there to keep you from being successful. It has to be something else at play. It has to be something else at work. And what we come to realize that the mind does not care, which is God, what you believe. Your mind, right? It does not care. It does not care if you believe that somebody else is trying to keep you from your realizing your goals. It doesn't care if you accept that the systems in place are there to make it harder for you to gain entry or to hurdle over. It doesn't care if that's what you believe. It's going to say you're exactly right. But if you decide that the stumbling blocks are not there, they do not exist, you move the mountain with your faith, then the mountain will be removed. Then the stumbling block, the systems of the structures that set up in place for you not to succeed will not apply to you. And all you have to do is now test it for yourself. See if that really happens. And to see if that really is true. Because that's the only way you're going to know. That's the only way. You have to decide. Yep. That's not true. What you mean? That's why God, love, and mammon respect of persons. Oh, okay. Yep. I agree. Yep. That's why God, love, and mammon respect of persons cannot mix, right? Because it's not a respect of persons. This law does not care if you use it intentionally or accidentally. It doesn't care if you stumble upon and like for a moment in time, you figured out how to believe in yourself or to believe in a reality or to, right? But a lot of people forget how it happened. So they think it was some outside circumstances that caused their desires to come to fruition. A lot of people are kind of stumbling across, their desires being fulfilled. They don't understand the laws of mind. But that's the beauty of this law. It does not care if you understand it. It does not care at what point you believed and at what point you had faith. All it requires is that you do. That's what moves it. That's what causes it, right? But you want to know that it's consistency in the belief that causes it to actualize. It's the lack of double-mindedness that causes it to move. Go ahead, Aaron.
I was just going to say, you said consistency, and like, people don't even know what consistency is.
Gotta break it down for us, Aaron.
They don't even know. I'm saying, like, people go, I can still be double-minded. I think you're choosing every day.
Mm-hmm.
But like, that consistency is while you were talking, I was like, so yes, because people are afraid sometimes to see what they actually want come to fruition, because that means that it's up to them this whole time, their mind and how they are perceiving. Some people are afraid to take that responsibility on, but then when they go, okay, let me give it a try, and they go, oh, well, no, now it's not working because they haven't seen it yet. It's like, but that's what takes the commitment. You have to be that locked in that it doesn't it doesn't matter, you know?
That's what we're talking about, the instant gratification, right? It's like your whole life you've been speaking or thinking a certain way, and all of a sudden you decide for one day to do it, and I didn't see a result. And now you fall back to the old way of thinking. It's like, no, you have to build momentum with that thought. You have to be consistent in that belief. Even if you don't ever think of the thought again, just don't think against it.
Right.
That's the key. Once you make a decision, let it be the decision. There are no plan Bs. There are no other options. But people just be like, you know, they're like, well, it didn't happen the way I thought it's going to happen. So that means it's not. No, that's not what it means. Don't go by appearances. It means trust the process. It you know, a lot of times you're asking for something that is going to transform your reality in such a big way, which means you're elevating, and elevation does not come without transformation. In order to go to the next level, you must be transformed.
And I think people are afraid to let go of who they are to be transformed. You have to let it all go. The way you believe, the way you see, like all of it has to go to get to that next level of your desires, because it's going to require new you.
Oh, that's it.
Sometimes people don't want to let go of who they are.
They're like, I know this person.
Yeah, and they want to stay. And it's like, well, then that's what you're going to get. You're going to get the same results by staying this version of yourself. But the only way to see a new reality is to shift who you are.
Yep.
And transform.
Yeah, what they call the identity shift, right? You have to shift your identity. You have to see yourself as a new being.
It's literally like down to people that, a little bit. No, your whole self.
Your whole self.
Are you your whole self? It's like you're not the same.
Yeah, like when I talk about King Saul and how he was instructed by God to go slay all the Amalekites, right? And he decided he wanted to keep a little of them. He's like, I want the best ones. I'm not going to slay everything. I'm just going to keep some of it. What happened to him? He became demented. It's showing you can't be double-minded in this state. It can't be, I'm going to keep some of these old states, these old thoughts, these old belief systems intact and think that you're going to be made anew. That's not how it happens. Go ahead, Teddy, Miss Teddy.
You have to go. I'm in here trying to juice and take it off my gloves, running in here to this phone. I love y'all so much. No, because I've been listening to a time. I'm sorry, Aaron. You have to be. That's what the Christians mean when you have to be born again. You have to come out of that old person and come to this person. You know, that's what came to my mind when you guys were talking. You know, like you there's no other way you can keep being that same person and trying to work out of this new mindset that you have. You can't do them both, like you said. So that's what I thought about. I do believe that's what the Christians mean when they, I believe that's what it really means. But I think when they say that, be born again, become a new person, you can't have those old ways of thinking.
Yep. I don't think they fully understand what it means to be born again, though, because they talk about being born again, but then at the same time struggling with sin. So I don't know how you born again and a new creature and still have on the struggle bus. You still talking about life is hard, life is difficult. We create the problems, we make them up. We create everything that's in our experience. We manufactured it.
Right. Exactly.
Yep. Like Elizabeth said, next steps present themselves when current circumstances are mastered. Talk that talk, Elizabeth.
That is so good.
Oh, isn't that good? Oh my goodness.
I love it. Is this going to be recorded? Is this a recorded live today?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Mm-hmm. See, I have to go back. I'm ready to start. I told you, I'm serious. I got to start taking notes and stuff, because in the event that I'm confronted, because I'm at the point now, all I want to just tell the person is, hey, look, I don't want to argue. I don't want to do any of that. But if, if I have the opportunity, because things that I really, how can I put it? I would love to be able to express again, like how I feel and why I feel like this, and come up with the proper words and stuff. I know, of course I know, and but I just want to do that. So I'm thinking about, just doing that sometime. And far as like that journey, you was like, just enjoy the journey. That's like enjoying now to now. You're enjoying now to now. That's all you're doing. You're taking the journey on now to now.
Like that. I like that now to now.
Yeah, that's real talk. Yeah. In other words, I heard somebody, matter of fact, it was a minister, but I liked it. He said, time was only created to measure eternity to eternity. Infinity to infinity. Just that's only we do, just to measure. Just something in between. So yeah.
Absolutely. That's it.
Okay, let me go finish my juice. Okay, thank y'all.
Okay.
Teddy, is you tapping and talking?
I think that I said Cheryl was. I think Cheryl was. Cheryl, are you there? Did you mean to come up? That was Cheryl.
Yeah, I'm tapping.
Yeah, I can tell. I can tell.
I didn't mean to come up. Yeah.
Okay. Hello. How are you?
Hey, Cheryl, how are you?
Good, you guys. I'm good. I was liking this conversation today because, I've been having some like realizations, on this journey. And, Aaron was kind of talking about, just, choosing the limitation. And I've been thinking a lot of lately about like most of my life, I've shared this before here, like I've just been a very fearful person.
Mm-hmm.
Like it really started in my childhood. And I've noticed like when, letting go of that fear and trusting has been like kind of a push and pull for me. And so I was thinking a lot about it lately, like what is it about the fear? And I kind of came to this realization, like, as much as I don't like my fear, it's kind of been like a protector for me. It's kept me safe. It's kept me from like putting myself out there. And I do remember when I was a kid, growing up in this kind of chaotic environment. My mom had addiction and mental health issues. And I remember after one Christmas, like I made up my mind that I was never going to trust. I mean, I just remember this. I was never going to trust that, or put hope in good. Like I wasn't going to have expectation for good things to happen because I was always disappointed.
Mm.
And so it's just been really interesting because when you start to ask the questions again, like I love how, everything we do need to know is within us because, I've kind of had that fear of that death. Like I said, like fear, as much as it has made me uncomfortable, like, even right now, like, my heart is beating a mile a minute coming up here, but, it's really been it's like that Stockholm syndrome. So, I just really appreciate like this ability to have self-appraisal because, I'm really putting the effort on like trusting this whole process, trusting the God in me, trusting that if I have a desire for something, it means I can have it, instead of thinking, oh, I'm going to put myself out there and, be disappointed. So I really, this conversation was just kind of making me think of that because that's just stuff that I've been, through this group and, the book we read, The Power of Awareness, like it's just made me very mindful of like what I'm consenting to, like, what, and why, what is it that's kind of holding me back from really letting go. And I remember, like, if anyone, remembers this, like Neville talking about like states of consciousness. I think he was talking about like his conversations with William Blake, but like falling back.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of how it feels like in a way, like you're falling back. You can't, like the trust, like letting go of those things that, maybe don't serve us anymore, but, kind of had protected us from, maybe the things that we were afraid of. And I don't know, it's just been interesting because it is a bit like falling.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he talked about imagine like you're walking up one of those diving boards, walking up the ladder to the diving board, and then standing backwards and then allowing yourself to fall back. You know, he's talking about once, you know, if you allow yourself to experience that, that will be a transformational type experience. You know, yeah, because it's all about trust, right? Because when you fall back, you're hoping that you're going to be caught. Something's going to catch you, right? Something's going to
Yeah.
keep you from, you know, experiencing this, you know, this horrible failure or what have you. But there is no failure. That's why I don't like to talk about. I don't say failures. I'd say their experiences. You just know what you didn't know prior to, right? You know,
Right.
life is just a series of experiments. It's a series of experiments that we have with ourselves to find out what works for us and what doesn't, right? What we feel comfortable with, what we don't feel comfortable with. And fear is a good thing as long as you don't allow it to control you, right? Because everyone experiences fear to a certain degree. But it's when it becomes torment, when it controls your life and you just won't experience anything because fear of the worst thing happening. Well, then that's going to stifle you as a being that's here to experience life.
Yeah, well, that's like I like you were saying, you know, sometimes too, and like this is how I can see, like, you know, sometimes our, our limitations, I'll say, you know, we aren't ready for the to receive, you know, and so the time, you know, to not look at time as an enemy, but like, you know, people were saying, you know, like getting you ready for like the next place. And what's been very interesting, you know, about like all this is like I can see more like a bigger picture. So like as I come to understand myself better, I can also see, like I was sharing last time, is like my mind is being transformed. I feel a lot of shift in my inner worlds right now, you know, like how I'm talking to myself, forgiving myself more, recognizing fear and making the choice to trust. So like it's, you know, it's interesting, but you know, just finding that space where, you know, just like the trust, that just making space for the trust, and that it's all like I kind of have this thing now where like, you know, I accept divine order.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say divine, I mean my higher self divine, you know, like
yes.
You know, and also like that whole thing, and you've said it before too, but other people say it, you know, everything's working out for our greatest good. And so just kind of trusting that whole process, because I think in the past I kind of had this real belief system that, you know, life was hard. You can't get your hopes up, you get disappointed, and it kept showing me that. So when your belief systems keep showing you, you know, your beliefs you don't want, it's kind of hard to see that new door that you can walk through. But you know, just got to keep, like I've always trusted this truth, so or I believed in it, maybe not trusted it, but so it just makes me want to keep getting up every day and trying my best, you know.
Yes. I mean, and that's all you can do, you know, just be the best that you can be in the moment, right? Because that's all that life asks of you. That's all that is required of you, is that you be the best you can be in the moment, because that's all you can give.
Right, you know, and I think that's why like self-forgiveness and self-love are like the big things, I think, because if you're not talking kindly to yourself, it's game over. Yeah, it really is. You know, like you know, no good day is going to be where, you know, you're looking at everything, judging yourself, judging other people, and, you know, in negative ways.
Yeah, you just have to decide. You know, we just have to, like Aaron was saying earlier, the consistency of your decision. You have to be consistent with your decision to speak as the being that you say that you are, and no backseas, no other options, no falling back. No, it's forward facing, it's forward thinking, it's expansion, it's onward and upward. That's what life is, onward and upward.
I would agree. And I think too, like, you know, the nice part about, you know, knowing that you can trust your inner self is like you start to see, or I have at least, like, you know, a lot of, I just noticed a lot more synchronicities, like, you know, showing me things. Like I just am more aware of, you know, the God within and the God without, like kind of working in unison together. And that's like gives me a lot of like encouragement, you know, throughout, you know, my day when, you know, you know, things like I think I've shared with you before, like I'll get a message, like, you know, I do a morning reading, and like one day I was reading a book and it's, you know, it's metaphysical and like there are no problems, you know, your only problem is a belief in separation with God. And then like I see you come up and you're talking about how there's no problems, you know. And to me, that's like confirmation for me. Like I always feel like if I hear something twice in a day, I feel like that's for my higher self is telling me pay attention to that, you know.
Yes.
And just one other thing, like, you know, you've talked a lot lately about, you know, mystical experiences just being for yourself. And, you know, and I like hearing you say that because, you know, since I was in my 20s, like I've just had a lot of strange experiences, like in meditation, but also not. And, you know, and I just realized like it is just it's for you. And sometimes I can understand what it's telling me and sometimes not.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean that I'm special. It doesn't, you know, and if other people have them, it's the same for them. It's just like, I believe our God self is just always communing with us, you know, and trying to show us things. And I do remember Neville said in the Bible, you know, God speaks to us through dreams and visions. So, you know, the best I can do in those situations is just try to figure out like what it might mean for me.
Right. Because I don't want people to feel like, well, I haven't had a mystical experience, so what does that say about me? Because you hear all these other people talk about it, and it's like it's this special select group, and somehow other people are less than if they haven't had these things happen. I'm like, no, because their experience is for them. It's not for you. We're not here to worship other beings, right? And sometimes people say it as like I really haven't heard you talk about it too much, right? Now I think this may be the first time I heard you say that you've had like since you were 20 having mystical, but a lot of people lead with that as if to say like I'm experiencing something you're not, and somehow they should be put on a pedestal or something. No, that doesn't because you had it. So me hearing you tell me about it, does that affect my life in any way? Other than to say that those things are possible.
Well, you can think you have authority, like a spiritual authority.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Right. Yeah. And we're not here to have authority over anyone but ourselves. Right? Authority of our reality.
I'll be honest, like a lot of times I haven't even known what they meant. You know, like, and this is just one, I was practicing just using my imagination. And I created a room. I was sitting in a room and there was a fireplace. Cause I've shared, I don't really see well in my third eye. So I was just practicing, and I put 2 wingback chairs in there, and I was sitting in a wingback chair and I was feeling the arms and everything. And I looked over to the other wingback chair and there was a person sitting in there, a woman. And she just like looked at me. And I mean, I didn't put her there, but like she was as clear as day to me. And that was very startling because, you know, I don't see that clearly. You know, I have to put a lot of effort. So like just stuff like that, like I have no clue, like what was that, what happened. And so I just kind of put it in my little, you know, column of strange things and kind of like, you know, but that's how, I don't know, life is so much more mystical and mysterious than we realize. And, you know, I think you just have to accept sometimes there's just a whole world out there, universe,
right? That the logical mind just cannot comprehend, and that's okay. Right? Because sometimes I can close my eyes and I can see things as though my eyes were open.
That happened to me once, but I was on NyQuil.
You said you're on like, you funny. So I was on
But it was so weird because I had my eyes closed and I could like see everything in my room.
Yeah. It's like you can close your eyes and then it's just like you can just see, and it's like, wait a minute, I'm seeing it as though my eyes are open, but I know my eyes are closed. So
Yeah, like you say, like we're not our body. Like we can go beyond our body.
yeah. Our body is the vehicle that we chose that, is going to it's a magnificent machine now. It's amazing. It's part of what, keeps us here grounded on this third dimensional plane. So it belongs to us. It's ours. It's who we chose to be. It's what it will be, whatever we say it is. So, I say I don't say we're not our body. I say we're more than our body. Like we're more than that. Not that we're, because I don't like to get taught what we're not. It's all about who I am.
Right.
You know how I talk. Not saying that you gotta talk like me. That's but that's how I roll. This is how we do it. That's how I do it. I talk about what I am and not what I'm not.
Right. And I kind of don't like that whole argument, I'm not a body, because A Course in Miracles does that a lot. And I think that adds confusion.
I do too.
I remember the best thing I ever heard was, for a while I was listening to Brother C. Freeman L. Is that? And he said, your mind is from the top of your head to the bottom of your feet. That's your mind. And I kind of like that.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah. Because
some people say we have 3 brains, right? They talk about the gut brain, the brain and the head, and what's the third one? They say we got 3. The heart. Yeah. They say we got 3 brains. So it's how, to me, everything is everything. There's no division in consciousness. So to me, when you start trying to divide consciousness, now it's like, well, some things I'm not going to accept as the I am, and other things I am. But if consciousness is all this, because everything in your reality is your consciousness, right? Or else how could you see it?
Right.
You're seeing your own consciousness projected onto the screen of space. So how are we now saying, well, that's not me. Oh, that's not me. Oh, that's not me. What? It's all you. Because it's all your consciousness being played out on the screen of space. You're only seeing your consciousness. That's all you're seeing is your consciousness.
Exactly. And if you think about it too, like every cell in your body has intelligence. So every cell has consciousness. So it has to take up, or your consciousness, at least in my mind, even though, your consciousness leaves your body, obviously your cells die and things, but while you're alive, your consciousness is powering every part of you.
That's it. And I did want to say hello, Cocoa Biscuit. I know you came into the room on YouTube. Welcome. I know you spoke. Sometimes I'll be seeing people speak in YouTube, and then we get to having a conversation, and then I kind of lose. Like I know I wanted to say hi to them. I gotta be more aware of the YouTube family. Welcome.
Well, that's a lot. Like, because I've been watching YouTube while you're talking, and people, sometimes the comments really come. So I give you credit.
Oh no, I don't try to look at when usually because it's kind of calm today because how I started off. I didn't start off talking about how what I have on the screen now. So it's kind of low key. I wasn't getting a lot of views on it, so it's kind of like easy to maintain now because it's not a lot of believers not a lot of Christians in the chat today.
Better energy, I think. Well, I'll just say one more thing about the body, and then I'll go because I saw some other people come up. But I have had experiences too, like where my gut has talked to me. Like I remember, one time I was going to look at an apartment with my daughters, and I heard a loud no, like in my gut. So that's why I kind of like what, how Brother Freeman L looks at it, because it's like, I do think that's true. And I think, I just think, again, people have those kind of experiences where, they say so just trying to accept everything about me as being part of my consciousness.
Yeah.
And trusting it, like learning the trust piece. When you get that intuition, it can be in a lot of different places.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Like I said,
thank
you
you
just
for
know and you don't know why you know, but you just know. And like you
right,
said, if you just
right.
can feel a hard no or yes, yes, or whatever. Right. And it's learning to trust that. That's what it comes down to.
Right, right. But the thing that's really interesting, yeah, because like sometimes these things are just like you said, a knowing. Like I can hear things sometimes, but yeah, sometimes there is a knowing. So it is mysterious, and I appreciate that about it. I like that I don't know a lot of things, and and that life can be kind of wilder than you can ever imagine.
That's it. That's it.
If you can imagine it, I guess.
I know, right? I know, right?
Thank you so much. I'll share this.
Thank you. Thank you. I know it's a little few of us in here today, but double tap the screen. 50K the easy way. 50K the easy way. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's go. Let's see those hearts going up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, YouTube. You're enjoying the live. Don't forget to subscribe, like the channel. Yeah, you got to know what you know. You got to know yourself. That's what it's about. It's about knowing thyself. It's not about putting your trust and faith in something outside of you. It's about putting your faith and trust in yourself, knowing yourself, trusting yourself. It's not for other people. It's for you. The problem is people put their faith in things that they don't know. You know you. That's where your faith should go. Nobody know you better than you. And that's where your faith should be. Your faith should be in you, not in another being, not in something you cannot see. The faith is for me, myself, and I. And guess what? I can't see myself. I can see a reflection of myself in a mirror, but I can't see myself. I can't see God. I can only see the reflection of God. Hello, Latoxic. How are you?
Hello, how are you?
Oh, great, great, great. Thank you.
Good, good, good. I'm doing well. Just, living per usual.
That no devil exists. Only in fantasy land. Oh, what? I mean, the devil's only your negative thinking. That's it. It's just your negative thinking. I know people want us to so bad to fear life and to be scared of life, because that's the way you can control people, through fear, through manipulation, is making them believe in something and be scared of something they cannot see. You have never seen a devil, and those that claim to see it are only seeing ink blocks that you see on those psychiatrist little things. And they describe the devil, oh, it was dark, it was translucent, and it didn't have no shape, and it was an outline. You've seen an ink blot. That's what you're saying, and calling it a devil. Our imagination is so powerful. It's so powerful. So powerful. That is true. If God existed, there would be no true reason to prove his existence. Devil means to live. It literally means lived in reverse. But, it can mean deceiver, deception, Don't be deceived by others. Know thyself. And then you don't never have to worry about being tricked. Stop putting your trust in man's whose breath is in his nostrils. Then you won't have to worry about ever being deceived. The one you need to trust is you. You don't need to believe anything anyone else says. It's not necessary. The world is here to serve you. And the moment you discover that truth, that's when the life becomes so much more easier and so much more joyful, right? Just FYI, guys, I will be out of town. I'm going to Punta Cana Friday. So, yeah. Yay, me. Woo, looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. Friday. Yes.
That's wonderful.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No, don't be deceived by me. Don't believe anything I say. I just told you to believe in you, not me. So I don't know, you write your own book, tell your own story, but you need to figure that out. Or not. You can continue on. You can continue believing in your pastor, believing in your clergyman, believing in the devil, you can continue believing in a God. You can continue on. You can do what you've been doing. You don't have to change a thing. Don't have to change a thing. Continue on as usual. Because what you do with your life is none of my business. Absolutely none of my business. Just like what I do with my life is none of your business. How I choose to live my life has nothing to do with you. And how you choose to live your life has nothing to do with me. Thank you. Punta Cana, the Dominican Republic. Woohoo! Hello, Kevin. How are you?
I'm great. Awesome. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. Thank you.
It's so wonderful to see the family in the live.
Yes.
And I wish you all the best happiness and joy, fulfilled joy on your journey to Punta Cana.
Yes, definitely. Yes.
You be living your best life.
And do and should, and so should everybody else. Like,
Exactly. We appreciate your example. Well, you walk the talk and talk the walk.
Yes. I love it.
I was thinking about Mark 11:24 and equating that scripture or kind of breaking it down in my mind that once you the imagination is what's real, and when it hardens into material, that is the reflection of that which of your thinking that you already have in your mind. Because everything external is as within, so without. Everything within is reflected outside of you. And that which is outside of you is always going to be the past tense. Because that which is inside of you that you're thinking is the now. And a reflection of the now is the manifestation hardened into reality. So the twinkling of the eye or the moment happens in the imagination. That's why whenever you want to change your hardened reality, you don't get to change the hardened reality per se. You just change what's being reflected. Well, how do you change what's being projected or reflected? You just change your mind. Which is why the transforming takes place in the mind, not in the hardened reality. Right. Not in the reflection. You're the projector.
Yes.
You're not the screen. My daughter said something to me yesterday, and she's like, "Dad, did you know that all the TVs are they exactly the same?" I was like, "What do you mean?" She said, "They're all the same. They just have different sizes." Mm-hmm. And yes,
Yeah.
all the screens of our reality are exactly the same. Yeah, if a 9-year-old can figure that out, shouldn't we? Shouldn't we be able to? Who's older, more mature? Shouldn't our awareness lead us down that path?
Mhm.
So I just glad to be, like they say in church. I'm just glad to be in the number,
Ooh.
be amongst this wonderful, fantastic community.
Yes. Yes. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, somebody said that we're not evolving, we're devolving, because they said we had technology back in the 1800s, early 1900s, but it was taken away.
Mm,
I mean, I haven't seen some TikTok videos talking about that, all the castles, that was, how giant all of these buildings were, and how they were saying they were being demolished and replaced and stuff like that. I mean, this life is so, I think this is the part of the mystery, the mysteriousness of life that we can't quite conceptualize, is that it is a dream, right? And
right.
so when you say it's a dream, all things are possible in the dream. And it's like imagine like a video game, right? You can
Mm-hmm.
change the scenery, right, of your avatar and put them in a whole new background,
Right.
and it looks nothing like what they were originally used to. And then you say, well, because they're in this scene, somehow this scene is less than that last scene. Like we make it lesser because maybe they were living in a mansion before and they had a beachfront view, and they had all the gadgets and all of the modern conveniences, and then you decided to put them in a forest. And
Right.
now they backpacking through Europe or through Africa or whatever, right? And now it's like,
Right.
oh, where did all the modern conveniences go? Where did all the beautiful things they had that they were used to? Oh, somehow they're living a lesser life.
Or we can put them on an island by themselves.
Right. And then
Strangers.
again, they're living some type of quote unquote, it's not a lesser life, it's a different life.
A different life.
And,
Yes,
and we
correct.
don't like to say that it's different. We like to compare and say that something is greater than the other, when the only thing is just different than the other. It doesn't make it better. It doesn't make it worse. It's just different.
Right. Unless we, put judgment on it and say, well, it's a worse or it's better. We get to decide. We get to call it what we desire it to be. That's why all things work together for the good. Because it working together for the good of the experience you wanting to have in your avatar.
Yeah.
It's just an experience. Like he was alluding to earlier, whatever it is you want to do or aspire to do, it's just an experience. I recall as a child, I don't know, I think I was maybe 5 years old, and I was outside playing with my older sister, and in the woods across the street from the apartment building we were staying at were a pack of dogs. And when I noticed the dogs, it seemed like they noticed me at the same time. And the pack of dogs started running towards me in attack mode. And I was trying to run back into the apartment building to escape from being attacked. And you can imagine the fear of a 5-year-old little boy ran rapidly through my body. and I was too far away from the front door to escape from the pack of dogs. So I was as much of a goner as I could be. And something inside me said, "Be still," which was definitely counteractive to what I wanted to do. It was definitely in flight mode. And I stopped and I just became still. And the whole pack of dogs ran up on me, barking, ready to attack. And I stood still, motionless. And I tried to imagine not being afraid, which is at that time, was one of the hardest things I could think of, was not being afraid when I was definitely afraid. And as I calmed myself, the pack of dogs went from attack mode to calming down. And they barked some more, but when they saw I didn't move or make any gesture, they calmed down completely, barked a few times, and then eventually turned around and left.
Nice, nice.
Now, I wasn't thinking that was a good thing or a nice thing. I mean, it was because I never got bit. But I didn't even know where that voice came from. I was too young, too little. I wasn't going in the house and say, "Mom, look at God. Won't he do it?" I didn't know anything about that. But they turned and they left me alone. And that was a lesson in itself if I was aware of the lesson. And from then forward, I never feared a dog. Never feared. I actually had a German Shepherd that I raised from a pup as a little boy. But I never saw a reason to be afraid of dogs again. Mm-hmm. Whether they were barking, showing themselves to be aggressive, when I showed them my calm demeanor, they matched it. They reflected it.
Yes. Beautiful.
I'm sure there's a lesson in there somewhere. I don't know where it is.
Well, that's what Carlos said. He said that the understanding that we're not supposed to lean. He said fear is the understanding that we're not supposed to lean on. Be still and know that I am.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Beautiful. Yeah. To know that, that the dog isn't separate from us, right?
Right.
Nothing is separate from the I am. But we no, it's me and it's them, and them got teeth, and them barking. Oh my goodness. But yeah, you got to operate with calmness and stillness and know, and just relax. Yeah. Like I said, the animals have that sixth sense, and they can sniff out fear, right? They can sniff out when when you're operating from a fight or flight type mindset.
So science said that bees and dogs can sense fear.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know, because I got stung by a bee. And I didn't even know it was in my car. I'm at the light. And I just had my windows rolled down. I had no idea that the bee was in my car, and it stung me in my back. And I'm just like, what? I didn't even know you was back here. I had no idea you was in my car. I was like, what the devil? Why are you stinging me? I wasn't swatting at you. I wasn't doing nothing. I'm just chilling.
That's interesting. Once they give up their defense mechanism, their stinger, they die.
Yeah. Because I felt that sting. I was like, what is going on? I was like, oh my goodness. I felt that. I was like, what? Good thing I wasn't allergic to a bee, right?
Yeah.
I was driving.
Yeah.
I was like, whew. Yeah, so I found out, no, I'm not allergic to bees. Thank goodness.
I found out that if you ever, since we're talking about getting stung, I remember there was a wasp that came into the house, and I was trying to grab the wasp and open the back, patio door and fling him outside and, spare his life, so to speak. And trying to fling him outside with the hand towel, I got stung in my thumb. And that thing hurt so bad. I mean, to the point I wanted to cry. It hurt that bad. And I went upstairs in the bathroom, and it was kind of late at night. And my wife was like, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm trying to find some medication for my thumb." She's like, "What's wrong with your thumb?" I was like, "I got stung by a wasp." And she's like, "Go to bed." I'm like, "Thanks for your..."
You be all right.
Exactly.
That's all that's going on, dude. Go sleep. Go lay down. I heard that. That's funny. Somebody's asking on YouTube, I believe in the Bible. Believe in the Bible. I accept the Bible as a psychology book, not as a historical text. So yes, I accept the Bible as mind science. It's not talking about any people that existed in time and space. It only talks about states of consciousness. It's telling you how to use your mind so you can have heaven now. It's not something you have to wait for. You have to make your reality now. You only have now. Live your best life now. Figure out how to bring the things you want into your experience. Bring it to you now. And how do you do that? You learn to change the way you think, because as you think, so are you. That's in Proverbs. As a man thinks in his heart, so is he. So what do you think about you? Do you think that life is hard, difficult, or struggle? You got to go through tests and trials and tribulation? Or do you do what the Bible says, that the purpose of the Christ is to have life and that more abundantly? And Christ is just the power and wisdom of God. And everyone has that already within them. The power and wisdom of God is innate in every being born of woman. I don't even think it's necessarily an enlightenment thing. I just think once you recognize how to use your mind, that you are operating in the God state. Once you start deciding that you can think for yourself, that's you operating in the God state. That's you operating in the power and wisdom of the I am. Hello, A-Town. What's up?
Chilling. No, I wanted to, just get a little break in terms of, recognizing family and tapping. Everybody grab your daily heart me, as well as, just to give an announcement, join us on Wednesday, 5 p.m. Eastern Central Time for Manifesting Wednesdays. But I also wanted to piggyback on what Cheryl was mentioning. My aunt it was funny, me and my aunt was talking last night, and she also had mentioned how, her growing up, she was, she was indoctrinated, and, even just to get her, even just expressing how she was indoctrinated and how, she was just counting it a blessing that she questioned things in her age, because she was recognizing, so my dad is her brother, of course, and my aunties, my other aunties and uncles, they were a lot older. She was the youngest, and she was just going over in terms of just the indoctrination, how everybody was so inundated with their own, of course, with the script and with the Bible and just religion in itself, and how she just felt so enthralled and relieved, how she just questioned things like, something ain't right about this. And she has been the more progressive family member where we can relate to, where, there's different characteristics and different traits that are alarming when it comes to the communication from my aunt and my dad versus her. and it's like black and white, when they sit next to each other, and they they just jump on her because she is, she doesn't delve into that, or she's not a part of that strict, the strict religious aspect of, but she still carries herself in a way that, I'm holy, rather than the Bible claiming me to be holy, right? She considers herself, because she's an anthropologist, so she's very adamant about, taking care of our temple. Her company is Temple Keepers, and so she, she was the first person she walked me down the grocery store, gave me the whole signs behind the grocery stores. If it's eye level, it's no good. If the first 5 to 7 ingredients are stuff that's not natural, no bueno. She was just really going down, just our intake and really breaking down what they're really giving us. And she, we kind of go into that in our conversations. But she, she knew. She also, we're also, she's part of she's part of a company where we do financial advisory, and so this was a while ago. She didn't pass her SIE exam, and that's to get your securities financial exam. That's what I'm studying now currently. And so I didn't pass. So I got what was it? I think I got like a 56 or 54, something like that when I passed. When I last took my exam, and I was telling I failed. Boom. She was like, "Oh no. Get that failure out your mind. There is no failure,
Yes.
And she didn't because she took it, she didn't pass it as well, but she was like, nah, that stuff don't even resonate with me. Let me continue my business, et cetera, et cetera. She has her own business, and she's very well into corporate office, but she's trying to actually transition from corporate, where she now has a couple of locations where she sells her products. So she makes detergent, candles, everything from natural. Everything from natural. Like, she makes her own soap, her own toothpaste, her own detergent.
Nice.
Okay. She's that type of auntie. She gives us she gives us a foot bath to where she can tell like the toxins that come out your feet. And she does reflexology. So she's that auntie, you know what I'm saying?
Wow,
Where,
okay.
everything going on, like that's the auntie that, everybody go to. And, so she's dope at AF, you know what I'm saying? In just terms of her wisdom and just her how she relates, and being that auntie, where everybody, anyway, I ain't gonna go into what everybody else does. So she had sent me, so she was telling me yesterday, she was like, well, she called me Alan Jr. She says, well, Alan Jr., I would like for you to get rid of that word failure. And then she sent me
I love auntie. Yes. No failure in God. There we go.
Yeah, no doubt. And she sent me this post or this little thing. I think she keeps on either her mirror or her something or whatever. And she says failure is an illusion. Failure is a judgment. Failure is an illusion. Failure is a judgment. It is not an opinion. And she just kind of really went into depth in terms of, like, look, we don't consider ourselves failure. It's just an experience. You just have to pivot. And, I'm sure you learned something, so she was just really giving that. So I just wanted to piggyback off what Cheryl was saying in terms of just, what she was going, that same resonation as far as what failure is, or there is no failure, and everything's just a perspective. And just to kind of piggyback off that was, lack is taught, right? All these different, the devil, that is taught, you know what I'm saying? All these oppositions, everything that we're experiencing is taught. And we also, I'm a part of like a few different book clubs. And one of the books we read was The Four Agreements. And Miguel, the guy Miguel, he goes into, I think that's it, goes into, just the indoctrination. So I would kind of, just kind of unction people to kind of read The Four Agreements. It's a really short read, and it just kind of really delves down into, just personal concepts in terms of just how things that are structured. And he really goes into, like, look, your first years are based off of people's opinions, people's religious, people's fears, people's stuff. So a lot of that stuff that you learn, especially when you're young, You're very impressionable, and we've kind of gone over this, as throughout your your podcast as well. But just to know that there's a lot of things that we learn that we don't have to accept, and failure, of course, being one of them, lack being another. Being impeccable with yourself, don't take anything personal, and I can read them all, but yeah, the book is real dope. And I could probably put the PDF in our Facebook group.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, just to piggyback off what Cheryl was saying, I love Cheryl and her shares as well, and just her transparency. She's just like super dope, just in terms of just her evolution. And now Cheryl spit some game too. I love it. When it really comes down to just seeing the growth of the evolution of people, just kind of tapping in, being in here, like, we can come in here and get what we get, but there's when the live is off, you got to put in that work. You know what I mean? You got to, definitely apply the things that we're learning, that we're talking about, as well as seeing things throughout, desire, decide, believe, and there's nothing else to it. I love it. I even commented again where success is the only option, and so just going into, just wanted to piggyback off that. But yeah, I lay my plane.
Oh, love it, love it, love it. Oh, I want to say, Kevin, thank you for sharing. I know I put it down in the comments, but I was going to voice it. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. A-Town as well. Yes. Here's the thing with the respect of everyone's beliefs. I believe Jesus doesn't exist, but people don't respect that. Do I not have the right to believe that Jesus never existed? Because I'm not putting Christians down. I'm not here to convince Christians to not have a savior, to stop being Christians, to tell them that they're wrong. I don't do any of that. But I choose not, just like I don't believe in all the other deities. I don't believe in Zeus. I don't believe in, Dionysus, or the many other 15 or 16 gods that had miraculous births. I just add Jesus to that category. But as someone said in my chat on TikTok, the Bible is the best psychological book ever written. It is the best psychological book ever written because it is all about the mind. And it's telling you how to be transformed in your mind so you can bring your heaven to earth now. It's telling you how to program your mind for success, for abundance, for prosperity, for joy, for love, for peace, for goodwill towards all men, regardless of their creed or their faith. Instead of pointing out the differences, celebrate them. Instead of being divided on religion, on what country you come from, what quote unquote culture or race you belong to. This is what the Bible teaches: love. Unfortunately, religion does not. Religion makes you think this deity has special people it likes and is only going to bless those special people and only talks to those special people. That it does not teach unity. It teaches separation. So that's why I don't subscribe to any religion. Right. One less God than Christians. That's it. But I'm not here to tell you not, if Christianity works for you, then keep doing you. Keep doing you. Christianity just didn't work for me, so that's why I'm no longer a Christian. But if it works for you, why would you fix what's not broke? If you're getting the peace, the love, the abundance, the joy that you're supposed to get out of that relationship, why would you give it up? And no one's asking you to. Definitely not asking you to. But this platform is not a Christian platform. This platform is for those who have walked away from any religion, and maybe specifically Christianity, because we do find ourselves in the Western world, and that is the predominant religion, and most of us has either were birthed into it or became a Christian at some point in our life and decided that it no longer works for us. And so just like you believe Jesus is the reason and he's the only savior, I can accept that he never existed, that he's just a character in a book. You may be right. I may be right. To each his own. Hello, June. How are you? Welcome.
Hey, Prosperous. Hi, everyone
Hey.
on the panel. Hi, everyone in the community chat.
Yes,
How's
yes.
everyone doing?
Great, great.
I just wanted to, I had a thought, and I notice people always say, oh, you praise the creation more than you praise the creator. And it made me think, I hear a lot of people say this. And so I started thinking, I said, well, if that's the case, if we praising the creation more than the creator, and the creator is the one who was the reason for the creation, then why, if we know that we are part of the creator and that we can create, then why is it that we put our desires and make them bigger and put them on a pedestal and make them hard to reach when we, the creator, is the one giving thought to it? Is what it made me think. Like, we have all these desires and we are manifesting, but the very thing we manifesting, we tend to make it so huge and so much bigger than ourselves. And because we make it so much bigger than ourselves, it takes so long to even get here, because you steady making the thing that you desire bigger than you, when you are the person who is processing the thought, who is giving the creation of that thought to even come into fruition. And I also wanted to say I really appreciated Kevin's story. And I even think about that when they're saying history. Like, they always say his story, but I'm like, dang, well, history only got one S, so it's more like high story. And it's like hi to the story. And when I thought about that, I'm like, we're saying hi to every time we saying hi to a person's story every time they introduce it. And then we always talk about history, history, history. Well, if we keep saying hi to the same story, of course we're going to keep living in that same story. Like, can we introduce a news story that somebody want to listen to? Like, let's introduce news stories. Let's tell our stories. And I love Kevin's story, because Kevin's story spoke to me. Kevin's story spoke to me in multiple ways in me listening to that story with the dog. Like, a person could probably sit and take it as a perception as, oh, okay, this is, somebody can take it literal, like, oh, okay, so now I know when dogs are barking at me, all I got to do is stand still. So you help somebody out physically in their mental perception. And then on the spiritual perception, for those who have spiritual ways of thinking, like he spoke in volumes in so many ways, even on that, because even to me, looking at it from a spiritual sense, I seen it I had a perception of two ways spiritually. One, when the dogs were barking and he stood there and he faced it, I could look at it as, you can look at it as those dogs being people. You have all these people barking at you, and yet they're telling you have all these people and all these thoughts coming at you, with the only thought that matter is yours. That's what I could also get from that story, because Kevin had to listen to his own thought. Kevin had to listen to his own body and the way he was feeling. Now, had he been disrupted by all those barking dogs and all the energy that they were trying to project, if he took on their energy, then he would have not listened to himself and stood still, and then things may have had a different outcome. I also take also another perception of that is when he stood still, like, and he got the answer, even with them dogs attacking him, like I could take from that, like, I faced my fears and I didn't run. The very thing that was chasing me, that I was running from, I actually stopped running. I stood there and I looked that thing face on in the eye. When I looked that thing face on in the eye, then and only then did I make that thing go away from me. And it kind of goes back to even scripture, if you really want to take it all the way there. It's like, what do you say? Resist the devil and it will flee. Resist that negative thought. Rebuke that negative thought. Change that negative thought. And that negative thought has to flee from your mind.
Yes.
And that's all I wanted to say.
Beautiful. Beautiful. That's it. Oh, love it. Love it. Love it. Yep. Facing your fears. Don't let fears rule, because you'll drool. Fears don't rule, or you drool. Right? Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Go ahead, Miss Setty.
Yeah, I think I shared this before. I heard this, that fear, and I love it, that false evidence appearing real. I love that. I've always liked that. But listen, this is what I wanted to share real quick about Kevin's story. My sister, that happened to one of my sisters. She was grown, though. She wasn't grown. Well, she was over 18 when it happened with dogs, and she is an animal lover. But she was going across, and it was a pit bull. How about that? How about that? And she was going across a field, and it wasn't coming chasing, but it was just kind of walking toward her way. And she was fearful at first, but then she just said she stopped. And she just stopped. She looked at it, and in her mind, I don't know if she said it or she just said, go, go. And she said that dog turned around and walked. And she's been told us that story like from a long time ago. But let me tell you, and I still think that all goes back to mind and belief, and mind and belief, and the energy, that can be created through that. Okay, that's what I believe. Let me tell you mine, though. This is kind of funny, but it's real. Oftentimes, anything that not oftentimes, things that I believed in with no doubt. Let me put it like, yeah, there was not even an ounce of doubt. It was almost, you believe it to the point where it's already happened. Those are the things I can truly say. I can reflect back and know, unequivocally, those are the things that I had really came to manifestation just like I wanted it. So, one time a dog, we were helping, anyway, we was out in Inkster, and we was helping clean up my dad's house after he had passed. And so it was a dog across the street, and there was also a pickup truck across the street, with the bed in the back. And I don't know, I was out in the streets or whatever, we were moved far away. And this dog came. Not only did he come running, he was barking, like, rah, rah. And I took off. Now, mind you, I'm in my 50s, so I wasn't the youngest thing in the group, but I was very agile. A lot better health than I am now, and a lot younger. So I was running. I was getting it. And I saw this truck. And the dog, I could kind of know it's coming up on me, y'all. My mind, listen to this. My mind said, you can jump the bed in the back of this truck. I knew I could. I didn't know I could, but I knew I could at that moment. I knew I had to get away. I knew I was, when I tell you, I felt like somebody, that's what people would say, God, you know what I mean? That's what people say, God just lifted my leg. I literally was able to jump up and leap, just like them athletes in the Olympic. I literally my body was able to get up and jump over into the back of that truck, and the dog could not. So I looked back on that through the years, and I realized that was my mind. That was me telling me what my ability could do, and I did that. So I wanted to share that. I thought about that when Kevin was telling me about his.
Yeah, absolutely. That's beautiful. I don't know, Jake. Why do you care what we believe as far as the Bible? You're not going to gain any new converts in this live. No one, if they're telling you they're not believers, it's for a reason, right? And asking who the people of everybody in the Bible is the people of God. God is the God of all flesh, says the Bible. So asking who are the people that belong to God in the Bible. Well, according to the Bible, God is the God of all flesh. So I don't know if there will be any but again, the Bible is not about any real people. It's states of consciousness. The Bible's a psychological drama. All from Genesis to Revelations, it is telling you how to think. It is telling you that your heaven is within you. And in order to bring heaven down to earth, you have to be reborn again, which means, or not reborn, you have to be born again, which means you have to experience the rebirth, which means you have to die to the old way of thinking and be born to a new way of thinking. That's what the rebirth is. You thought one way, now it's time for you to think a different way. That's what repentance is. Change of mind, change the way you think. You better think about what you're trying to do to me. Think. It's all about the thinking. The world is a thought world. It's all about how are you thinking? because as you think, so are you. That your words justify you and your words condemn you. Life and death are in the power of the tongue. What your tongue what is used to communicate life, because the words that you speak, they are spirit and they are life. That's what the scripture says. It's like a little big old puzzle. You got to piece that thing together, and it's showing you it's all about the mind. But you don't have to accept that. But that's why a lot of people don't experience transformation of their world, because they don't have a transformation of their mind. Once you change your mind, you literally do change your world. It's so simple. So easy peasy, fresh and squeezy. So simple. Hey, beautiful one. So hello, knowledge. How are you? Welcome. You can unmute.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Yeah, I've been waiting. I was thirsting. I was to be on this and have something to say about that, because I'm loving what you're doing on the deconstruction level.
Mm-hmm.
As you know, we have grew up and we've been taught into a system that we wasn't allowed to question, and we wasn't allowed to research. We was just allowed to believe it. And just dealing with this whole Jesus thing, man, the very thought of to even think that anything of it is real. I mean, that is cognitive dissonance at its highest level, most profound level. And I want to know from you, do you believe anything in that Bible whatsoever?
Psychologically, not as history. I don't believe any of those events ever took place in history.
Beautiful.
You're funny.
Do you believe the very name Jesus was a real man once in real life, in real time, walking on this earth?
No. No, I don't.
Did you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, I heard you. I said no. I said no, I do not.
Okay, so you definitely are fully in full effect, all the way conscious.
You're funny. You seeing if I'm passing the litmus test with your questions?
Oh wow! Wow! And you got 1,000%. You are conscious. You fully understand the psychological change these people done put on us. And I'm so I'm so glad I can finally talk to somebody that really know what's really going on with this whole system of religion and politics and psychological socialization and conditioning of societies, and it's so much deeper than what we can ever see if we don't allow ourselves to see what's going on behind the Iron Curtain. See, that's what reality at. That's what reality at. Behind the Iron Curtain, what these people is really doing. The reality into, if I get a sickness, they're going to pray for me. No. Science and medicine is going to take care of the problem, because that's the thinking process. We advancing in technology, medicine, and we finding ways to make the body better. But yet, you will say, "I'm gonna pray for you. May God heal you." But what if it's not His will? Then your prayer is basically asking God to change His mind. So, what do you think about that?
Prayer is not to change God, it's to change you. It's never to change God. Can't change God. God's same day, yesterday, today, and forevermore.
Facts.
You're changing your perspective about what you're experiencing. So
exactly.
I believe you can. I believe you can pray to heal the body. I believe your words are spirit and they are life. I believe, and you can get direction. Some people, because sometimes what do you do when the doctor tells you there's no cure? And then people actually do get cured, but it wasn't through medical help.
Then you have
medical
raised your
assistance.
high. You have raised your level of consciousness to understand that there's other alternatives to what the doctor has said.
Yes.
And this is herbal medicine. I don't believe in herbal medicine. I know herbal medicine exists. I come out of the belief system and get to knowing things. I don't believe a lot of things. I like to know things. I like to be able to substantiate and establish a fact about something. You know, and once I can't get that, then that is really my
Well,
level.
do you know of anyone that have healed the body outside of the circular medication or herbal medication? Do you know of anyone that has used their mind to heal their body?
No, I haven't, and I don't even think it's possible. But if it is, it's the God in us that would do it, because that's the only place God resides, is in every human being living, especially the black man.
Right.
So
yeah.
no,
So my
I haven't
daughter,
met.
yes, my daughter has, because she was diagnosed with a neurological disease called myasthenia gravis. She was told that she would be on medication the rest of her life. They were even diagnosing her with chronic arthritis. Now when she was preteen, she did have her thymus gland removed, but that still did not. She still will take medication for the rest of her life until she came across like Neville Goddard, Dr. Joseph Murray, those people that talked about that you can heal with your mind.
Okay.
And she has not taken medication. She has not taken medication for like the past 10 years. Have not been back to the doctor either. Has not been, because she used to go. She used to see. She used to have a neurologist, and then they were trying to give her. I forgot the name of the doctor for arthritis. People tell me, but I don't ever remember what it's called. I forgot the name of the doctor.
Osteodontist, orthodontist.
Rheumatologist?
Nah, who?
A rheumatologist?
Yeah, probably rheumatologist. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, rheumatologist.
Yeah. So, and actually, her neurologist ended up transitioning. He actually passed from cancer.
Right. Well, let's. I don't want to lessen the experience of one that has went from one stage of uncertainty to a stage of certainty, meaning that the doctor didn't say what it didn't happen to her how the doctor said it was. She went on to listen to a few people that demonstrated the powers of the mind, and voila, she was totally removed from taking any pills, henceforth. So therefore, you concluded that she was healed through the knowledge of someone that caused her to use her mind properly to heal herself. Now, either she had it or she didn't. In spite of what the doctor said, if they didn't diagnose the full measure of what she had, ain't no telling the capability of the situation that was allowing themselves to heal themselves in time. So you say, okay, the doctor said that was it. You'll be on medication for the rest of your life. Next thing you know, she started hearing some things saying the power of your mind, this and that. But all while she's hearing this, what's going on in real reality in her body could be the fact that she really didn't have anything that would cause the doctor to even assume what they did. Because after all, they are human. They can be wrong. So what does that dynamic look like when you face with what the doctor said, then it got switched around as opposed to what was really happening in real life and the doctors didn't even know it?
Okay, I won't disagree with that. It could be a misdiagnosis, but she had symptoms that correlated to whatever they had determined was the disease. She no longer has those symptoms. So regardless of what they called it, I'm not going to get caught up in the name that they gave it, right? But it was something that would cause her to not be able to breathe appropriately, chew appropriately, be weak in her limbs where she couldn't walk. So, and those things are no longer a part of her reality. So whatever they called it, Names is
Right,
what's in a
right.
name. She had these
True
symptoms
indeed.
that she no longer has. So,
True indeed.
so
True. And you know what? True indeed. And since we are gods by nature,
Mhm.
then we obviously we have the power, the mental power and the spiritual power to heal our bodies. So I won't disagree with that at all. Whether it wasn't nothing wrong with her, she was gonna heal anyway, or it was something wrong and it was a destiny there, and she changed it through her thinking of the mind. Either way,
right.
we
right.
God by nature.
Right. As long as we had that understanding. Right.
I like your program. I would like to.
Because I used to have this experience when I used to fly. It happened for 10 years, and it gradually went away. Well, I'm going to say it was my mind, because I used to have I used to get migraines. My left eye would run profusely, and my nasal passages would be, and I guess it probably was the altitude in the air, right, when I would fly.
Right.
And it happened every time until I was going to Dubai, and it was happening for like 10 years. And I was like, that was like a 12-hour flight. I was like, no, we cannot have this happening for 12 hours on no flight. It stops now. And I stopped thinking about it. I'm not a visualization type person. So, a lot of people say, well, I visualize it. I don't do any of that. I just speak the word.
True indeed.
I just speak the word because I could have been like, oh, well, I saw myself. No, I don't need to see myself doing it. I just need to say that's what it is. And then I let it go. I let it go. And then, man, that flight, woo! I was like, yeah, because my husband was in me, he would be concerned. He would be like, he would try to do all that he could to comfort me and make me feel. Now, man, it would be so uncomfortable. One time a lady gave me one of the flight attendants, she gave me a hot toddy. So, that relaxed me and put me to sleep. So, you sleep, you don't feel pain and stuff, right? You don't feel anything because you're unconscious. The body isn't aware now. So it doesn't know to be, in discomfort or anything. But I was like, I don't want to have to take no alcohol. I don't want to have to take no medication. I'm like, you told me that the mind is what the body follows the mind. So I'm like, we're going to prove this. The body going to have to follow my mind. And I'm telling my mind, we've been having an enjoyable flight there and back, and I have not experienced it since then. That was in 2022, January 2022, and I've been on several trips since then. Yeah, so.
See, that's proof. That's God by nature, right there. Mm-hmm. You manifested your word into life. You made manifest your word into existence.
Oh yeah, wait a minute. My husband's in the chat, and so I got another place on the flight back. So while we were going, I noticed it wasn't a full flight, and I saw some people had full rows to themselves, so they was able to lay out during the flight there, right? Because we in economy, we didn't pay for no first class seats. And so I was like, when we come back, I'm gonna get me a whole row. I'm gonna get me a whole row. So when we got to the hotel, I switched my seats, and I gave my seat the row behind my husband and our daughters, and I put myself in the back. So I'm in the back. At the time, it was just gonna be me in this row. Somebody came and sat down in the row, and I looked, and I was like, "Who told him he's supposed to sit here? He's sitting here." I'm saying this to myself. Less than 30 seconds, he had moved his seat. He moved his seat so quick. When he first sat there, the flight attendant saw him. So when she came and asked where he left to. I said, "Oh, I don't know. He had left and switched seats, and I had the whole row to myself." So at first it appeared that I wasn't getting the manifestation, but I didn't let appearances dictate, right? Wow. And I said, "Oh, nah, you usually sitting here. I just had this row to myself." And he had to leave.
Beautiful, all facts, baby.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Yep. Oh, before we went, I had a lot of manifestations on this flight. So before we went, we had to go get that CV-19 test, right? Because
What's that? I'm not aware.
The COVID-19 test.
Oh,
We had to get the test before we could go over to Dubai and come back. You know, that was the rules back then. And so my daughter had been tested positive. And I looked at the guy and I was like, how many times did you run this test? He's like, you want me to run it again? I said, yeah. Came back, negative. And we went to Dubai.
Wow.
I did not accept that. And it was just natural for me. Like, I didn't be like, oh my goodness, I can't believe it. We can't go now. She has, nope. I was like, how many times you run that test? And he was like, you want me to run it again? I was like, yes, please do. He went and ran it again, negative.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yep.
All real manifestations.
Yep.
Nothing to pray about, nothing to believe, and nothing to hope for. It happened in real life and in real time, right before your eyes.
Yep. You gotta know the power of your word. You gotta know, like you gotta be bold with it. You can't be all, you gotta be bold with it.
If we can only reach our brothers and sisters in that church, man, and tell them this ain't that, man. I really believe blacks have a real chance at uniting and being on a level playing field with these other folks, man.
I don't know. I have folks come on my live and they be calling me on my name. They ain't ready to let go of Jesus. I know we want them to, but a lot of them, it's a stronghold there, and you gotta just as the saying goes, you gotta let sleeping dogs lie, which means you just gotta let people stay asleep until it's time to wake until they're ready to wake up. When they're ready to wake up, they'll come find you or some other way of coming to this knowledge, whether they find it in a book, in a movie, in a dream, a vision. However, they're going to be awakened to the truth. They're going to be awakened to the truth. You can't make people know this, because when it's not their time, they're just going to what the Bible say. You cannot cast your pearls to swine. You can't give what is. You can't give this to the dogs. And it just means for those who aren't ready to hear. We're not calling people dogs. That's not what we're saying. The Bible's not even calling people dogs, even though it uses that terminology. Yeah, all it's saying is that that you're not ready to receive this truth, and that's okay. Leave them where they are. They have a more time to experience in the state of sleep, because that's all they are. They're sleepwalkers, and we all used to be sleepwalkers.
I don't think it's possible though. I think they really believe.
I used to be a Christian, so I really believed it too. So if you was able to awake, they are too.
So you have hope.
Oh yeah, everybody's gonna come to repentance. It's not the Father's will that any should perish, but that all come to repentance. It's not the Father's.
Wait a minute. Now you're talking like a Christian.
The Father is the I am, the one consciousness. And we're all going to come to it. Right, the I am. Right, we are the I am. And it's not the will of the I am. Everyone is experiencing this sleeping dream. Everybody's experiencing the dream. So everybody going to wake up from the dream. Just not everybody at the same time. That's all.
I hope so.
Not everybody at the same time.
When you use the word repentance,
I'm talking about change of mind. Change of mind.
That's kind of struck a nerve, because in the Bible, according to the Bible, and the Christian did not believe me. I had to show it to them, and they still tried to justify their thing. I said, did you know God repented in the Bible? God repented. God can't repent. He's omnipotent. I said, well, that goes to show you the work that the Europeans put on the Bible. It's called anthropomorphism. That means you giving a deity, an all-knowing, all omnipotent being, human qualities, human traits. This is not possible in an almighty God. Human traits is not possible. Mistakes are not possible. And this is where the contradiction lies. So when you say repent, it almost sounds like, wait a minute, you kind of leaning towards like.
Do you know what repent? Do you know what repent means?
Yes, you turn from your ways and actions.
Right.
That is not conducive to the betterment of your behavior.
Yeah, to change your mind. That's all right.
Yeah, right.
Everybody will. Right. So that's
saying nothing against the word.
Yeah.
I'm saying the way these Christians use it, they make it seem like that if you're not following Christianity, you're a sinner running around in danger of hellfire.
Right.
And this is far from the truth.
Right, but
This
but
ain't
when
even
you was a
nowhere
Christian,
near
didn't
the-
you think the same thing?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so where's
where's
your sympathy? Where's your empathy? Where's your grace? Where's your mercy? You know they just
It-
you know
it-
they
it
just still
belongs-
sleep. They haven't did like Paul said, "Awake, O thou that sleeps, arise from the dead, and Christ shall give thee light."
Okay, Christ meaning the Christ consciousness.
Right.
Oh, okay, I'm just making sure because you scared me. You sounded like a Christian.
No, because I use the scripture.
Right,
But
you're
I
right,
know
you're
that it's
absolutely
psychological truth. So why are you scared if I'm using the script and you know I told you none of those people existed in time and space? They're all
Because I'm
about
slightly-
states of
I'm-
mind.
You know the reason why I'm doing that? Because I'm slightly forgetting that you told me that.
Oh, I'm like, what are we doing?
I'm hearing your words. I'm hearing your words.
No, you're hearing the script in the King James version of the script. That's what you're hearing.
Facts. I got you. You on point.
Yeah.
You on point. I have no offense here, and you are straight, kicking straight knowledge and straight facts. And I encourage you to do it, and I even want to be a part of it because I'm a conscious man out here teaching my children how to follow reality, how to follow the five senses, sixth sense being your third eye. This is what you see in front of you. You only have six things: your five senses, and your six being the pineal gland. And actually, we really have more senses than that. On the emotional level, there's a whole lot of senses that I'm just naming the top six. I seen a reel that said they was demonstrating 15 senses that we got. And when they broke it down, it basically made sense because it's human anatomy. It's psychological thinking, something that we do all the time. So this is what I'm out here doing, and I see that you're on a very, very deconstructive path that really, man, if we can band together and reach this message to a further broad audience and really make them see somehow, it's our job as the woke one to make them see something that they didn't see, to open up their eyes. They're not just gonna open up their eyes under the old system because all they're gonna see is the system.
That's not true. That's not true.
Okay,
You
well, talk to me
you
about it. I'm
you opened your eye under the system. Weren't you a Christian?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And you found the truth. The truth found you, smacked you right upside the head, opened up that eye, and you no longer a Christian.
Okay.
So why you think it's gonna be different for them than it was for you? Why is it so hard for them to come to the revelation and it wasn't that difficult for you? When it's their
Well, it
time,
ain't
nobody can stop it. When it's their time, but to me, you can't make somebody know. The truth makes you free. And all I can do is give you the truth.
Facts.
But I can't determine, as Paul said, I water Apollo's plant, or Apollo's plant, I water, but who gives the increase?
Facts. You right.
So all you can do is share the truth, but you can't make somebody wake up.
Right. That's right. That's true. Right.
So that's what I do. I'm right.
I got you.
Hey, when it's their time, it's their time, and heaven and hell cannot come against it. Nothing can stop
Hey,
it.
you know what Jesse Jackson saying the most famous line he would ever say in life. He said, if not when, he said, if not now, when? Are we gonna keep being in ignorance?
There's
It's a
only
great
now.
question.
So when it happens, doesn't it always happen in the now?
True indeed. Because that's the only thing that exists is the now.
Right. So it always happens in the now. So you don't have to worry about it. Don't worry your pretty little head over it. It's gonna happen. all you do is be the example. All you do is show what the power of the mind, and they're gonna come to running. Even if they don't believe, they're gonna be asking you to pray. Hey,
So right. So
can you speak a word? Can you speak a word? Can you speak a word? Just speak a word.
I want to ask you a question. You personally. What is your overall mission in the deconstructing of not just yourself but others? What is your overall mission? What do you plan to achieve in the next 3 years from all these facts that we speak? This ain't propaganda we're talking.
I know what you're saying, yeah, but it's already now. I built a community of people of like-minded people that want to come and share those. It will be people that come and go. They will come and go. Some people will come through and get what they need, and then they'll do their own thing. Or some people will be like, you know what? You're right. You said prosperous living. I'm about to go live my best life. Catch you later, prosperous. I'm not even coming back on TikTok or on YouTube. I'm going to live my best life. You know what? Like we already have the community. It's already done. It's already did. It's already the thing.
Well, maybe I could be a little hopeful. You brought some hope to me that hopefully people is waking up out here, and because I really don't follow a lot of people who does. I follow a few people that speak like I talk, but it's a lot of religious propaganda on the media, and people is really falling for it. But I see a rise in consciousness, though. So for that, I can be hopeful for it.
Yeah. Miss June wanted to respond. Go ahead, June.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak on that. So I know this too. I'm a person, I like to sit back and observe all the thoughts that people are having and the conversations that come up. I like to observe. I like to sit back and watch, and I like to listen to all parts, because that's just something that I always been able to do. But even me listening, I noticed that that's why what you do, that's why I always give my flowers to you, Toyia, because I don't care what's going on, what you're doing is very much so needed. And what I also noticed is that even in the process of you helping people come into their own mind, the thing about it is people, they see a person being able to speak to a thing and move a thing, and then a person automatically see power. And then when you don't respond to that, what they see, the power that you have, then it can rattle people because you choose not to be trying to have control over anything. And I noticed that people that like to be in control are afraid of people who knows that it's no need for control, because the people who knows that it's no need for control knows that the thing is, and it's just going to be. I don't have to put all my energy in trying to control a thing. And I actually did an experiment like that on my neighbors. I like to hang around older people, so I hang around older women and older men. And I noticed a lot of older men, they be set in their ways, and even some of them, I met some of them is peaceful and cool and laid back and just like to kick and talk spit. And then a lot of them I know is a little grumpy and set in their ways and still like to kick and talk spit. Well, the one man, he always grumpy and he be saying he 1,000 different things, right? And so I always say, and everybody in the porch, they just be talking about it when he riding down and then he pull up, but nobody never says it to his face. So I'm the type of person, like I said, I'm around old people, and old people always say, well, don't gossip. You just wait till all the people that was here talking about the person that wasn't here. When we all here, you bring it up. So now you're going to kill that gossip. So that's what I do. So we all laugh and we sitting there, and so he pulls up. And I said, here, man, today. I said, the biker tomorrow. I said, and we don't know what else he's going to be tomorrow. I said, maybe he'll be a mechanic. I said, but the fact is, he believe he all those things. I said, but it ain't even that he believe all those things. I said, the fact that y'all sit here and y'all keep his story going, y'all make it believable. Even if y'all do say, oh, he's lying, he's laughing and laughing. And he loves giving me, he loves giving me a run for my money. So I said, you know what? I said, I ain't got to say nothing to you. I said, you're going to do what I tell you to do. I said, and I ain't even got to try to control you. I said, you're going to sit there. You're going to come up on this porch. I said, you're going to be quiet today. I said, because I ain't going. And he get up there, and he's and everybody on the porch, they looking. He gets up there on the porch, and he comes there. He's like, I bet you I ain't going to be quiet. He said, that's your problem. You think you run stuff around here. He said, every time you come up, people jumping and curling at you. I said, no. I said, nobody jumping and curling at me. I said, these are all grown men on the porch. I said, no. I said, they just agreeing to the energy I'm in. I said, but you got to sit there and be quiet. I said, so we ain't got no more words to talk about. So about 5 minutes later, he's sitting up there, he quiet. He didn't try to make a fuss when I was saying that he was going to be quiet. But then like 5 minutes later, I said, and I pat everybody in the porch. I said, look at the person who said they wasn't going to be quiet, be quiet. I said, and see, I didn't even have to make him be quiet. I said, I didn't have to sit here and tell you to shut up. I didn't sit here and tell you, oh, you gonna be quiet? I said, now had I kept there sitting there telling you gonna shut up, you gonna be quiet. I said, then you would have kept opening your mouth. I said, but the moment that I just sat and simply spoke and said, you're gonna come up here, you're gonna sit down, you're gonna close your mouth. I said, and I left it alone. I said, guess what you did? And he thought, and he bust out laughing. He thought it was so funny. He said, oh, you a little clever little something. He's like, I'm gonna get you though. I'm gonna get you though. And I just say all that to say this, even when, and I love when you tell your daughter testimony, like, and I love when you tell that story, and the shocking thing that comes to my mind with believers of the, and those who are believers of the faith, those who said that they have deconstructed, that residue still be on you. I can hear it. I can hear it in the conversation, even when one is expressing themselves. Like, the whole thing is that, the whole thing is, don't take away from a person's experience. Don't take away what it is that they came to, because that experience opened up something in their mind's eye, in their life, for a reason, for them to see in the way it was meant for them to see, because it's their experience, it's their path, and it's the path that has led them to the oneness that we all talk about. So when we sit here and we try to put labels on another person's experience, or say, oh, the doctor might have said it wrong because the results came out the way that the person who was having the experience spoke that thing to be, now we all trying to come up to all these things that make sense. Like, no, let's quit trying to make sense of the very thing that we had no knowledge of why it happened in the first place, and it didn't make sense when it happened to us. So when the miracle happens, we trying to make sense, and we trying to literally dissect this thing down to the very beginning of the thing. And it's like, you're not gonna be able to find that. That's just like a person trying to find God, like he the beginning and the end. You're not gonna never get to that. You're not gonna never find, no matter how much dissecting you do. Now what you're gonna do in the midst of you dissecting, you're gonna see all these different things. You're gonna discover so many things that you didn't know before. But even with all that, when you still get down to the bottom of it, guess what? You're still not gonna find that very thing that you're trying to look for, because it ain't for you to be able to put into words. It's not something that you can just label. Everything don't have a label. Everything don't have to have a reason for it's happening. Like, you just know that you are it. You are the existing thing that is happening. You are the being that is happening. You are the is. And it's like, why try to make it more than what it is? Like, we just, and it makes them so much more complicated when it could be just so much more simple. No, I thought it, and it happened. Even with me working this job, and my kids like, oh, I don't want you working this job. And even though I have other streams of income, like, and I literally got this job that I'm working is because I see an old lady, my neighbor, and she's a Hispanic woman. This lady loves to work. She's always in her yard. She's always watering her flowers. But this lady went and got her 2 jobs. She liked to work. She works at McDonald's. She had 3 jobs, actually. She works at McDonald's. When she leaves McDonald's, she go to Taco Bell. So that's how I even came about the job when I went in there, because I was like, I got tired of being bored because I was away from people so long, and my kids like, oh, you can go down there and do it, but you don't think you just about to be on no job, like, because that's, and my oldest daughter, she really be on me, because she's a reminder of, no, remember, you speaking to your dreams. Your dreams is coming into fruition. So you ain't about to just keep on picking up things that's going to be distracting you from the very thing that you are manifesting, right? And I keep that in the back of my mind. So I laugh at her, because it's so funny. Like, when kids grow up, they do kind of think they your parent in some sense, a form of fashion, in so many ways. They start thinking they can tell you things, and, oh, what you need to do, and all this and that. And it cracks me up. And I let her, and I listen, and I still listen. And I said, that is right, and you are true. I said, but in the midst of me still picking up this job, I said, I'm still doing everything I want to do. I said, because I'm still coming across other beings. I said, because that's what I do. I connect with other people. I said, and I like to have conversations. I love hearing people's way of life, I love hearing people's story, because I can always take a thing that seems so bad and find a positive thing. Like I said, I can look at an ugly thing and find beauty in it. And that's on all levels, whether it's mentally, spiritually, or physically. So, and this old lady, she said, come work with me. And that's how I even went about and get this little job or whatever. So I went and worked with her at the Taco Bell job, and I worked at night. And I'm like, oh, do I want to do it? And so many young people. So I'm glad I did it, because like I said, I end up meeting people that I was supposed to come across that I was aligned with, like the young lady who I said she didn't have any green card, but she still manifested herself a different job, understanding that she didn't have to be stuck. And like the other young lady who was saying how she felt her mama was controlling, and she was in school. And I told her, like, it's all in the power of your thought. I said, every day, I said, you are in control of your script. You know, even coming from, like, even all the things that I've learned from you and the perspective that you put it in, I go and I share that same perspective that I agree with that you shared. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I share it with other people, but I don't force it on them. And that young lady, she get up and every time I see her, I'm like, you still manifest? She go, I'm manifesting every day. She said, June, I get up and I speak to my life every morning before I go to school. She said, and every day I speak to my life. She said, even in my home life, even with my mama, she said, everything has got better. She said, and I have not stopped manifesting. This young lady, she runs track. She does volleyball and a whole bunch of other stuff. She's a very active young lady. And I'm saying, like, and I'm explaining these things to my daughter. I said, yeah, and my daughter, she laughed. She said, yeah. She said, I don't know. She said, you know what? I really don't too much got to worry about you. She's like, but I'm still worried about you. She's like, even though I'm not worried about you. She said, I know you got it. She's like, but I noticed that parents, she said, y'all kind of get like kids again all over again. And I said, well, whoever said that we ever stopped being kids? I said, just time has told you that we are aging. I said, but the youth, the spirit of the man and the woman, I said, the youth is always in them. I said, it's just that most of us get adults and we have believed this thing that we have to be so mature and this, and then we literally kill off that kid-like, childlike energy within inside ourselves. Like, and it's like not saying be mature as in like destroying the child in you. It's just like now that you have known all these things that you did not know, now that wisdom has come about, you know what to do and what not to do. You know what works for you and what works for you. That's what being mature is. The ability to be in control of your thoughts and to be able to change your mind and correct the thing when you feel like it's not correct and are you not in alignment with that. That's what maturity is. Like to kill the desire of the childlike mindset in you. Like, no, that is the place of where you imagine, where you dream, and all your dreams come true. That's where you're filled with so much hope. And then even with the brother saying like, oh, I hope all these people wake up. It's like, no, why are we taking away where are they at right now, even if they are in Christianity and that we not in Christianity? The whole thing is, it ain't never been about religion. It ain't never been about that. The whole purpose of this mission that Toyia's on, I always say it because she makes it so clear and it's so simple. It is being in control of your thoughts, knowing that you are the person that is bringing this reality into fruition that you live in every day, and that you have the power within you to change that reality. And then another thing I wanted to speak on to Toyia, when you was like, if everything happened when we thought it, then like it was somebody that was saying like we wouldn't be able to take all those shifts happening so back to back like that. People would go crazy if everything that you thought would just happen like that. So the thing is, you're building that muscle of manifestation, and because the thing is, you have to trust yourself with what it is that you believe in. And sometimes we often get ahead of ourselves and we get so excited about the information. And sometimes you just got to let the information just sometimes digest. Let it digest before you try to go put it on somebody else's plate. You ain't even chewed it and swallowed it and let it run through your body all the way before you even release it. Before it can even release, and you already trying to go and give it to somebody else. Let it digest first, because what it is that you probably was thinking about that first time, when you sit yourself a little bit longer, your thoughts begin to change, and then you be like, oh, I'm glad I didn't say that right then and there. I'm glad I didn't jump ahead. I'm glad I allowed this to digest, because then you allowed yourself to be more aware of your conscience and what it is that you was thinking and what you sat with. before you went to go share it with somebody else. Sometimes we learn something and then we be so quick to share it with somebody else and we ain't even digested it and we ain't even went through the experience of ourselves, and you can end up messing somebody else like that. But this is things that she has experienced, that we all have experienced, that we can talk about, that we can give hope to another brother and another sister that has come from this thing, that we can give perspective to, because these are the experiences that we live. And if it aligns with you, then you can choose to accept this or you can choose to reject it. And even if you reject it, it doesn't mean that you rejected all in what I have shared with you. You can take the parts that align with you. That's the whole purpose about being able to be in control of your thoughts. I can reject it or I can accept it. I don't have to accept everything that you're sharing. I could reject some of those things. Just because I reject you and I disagree with you don't mean I'm rejecting you as an overall being of a person. I just reject that part of what you're sharing. That's all.
Hold on, because thank you so much, Joan. I gotta get ready to go. I may come back on later. We'll see. I appreciate everyone sharing. Everyone sharing was definitely a delight, and everyone dropped some gems. I did want to just answer some of the questions on YouTube. Well, one person, they said they would like to talk. If you want to talk, you have to come over to YouTube. Hope Wall 7726. It said the disciples were not preaching Christ consciousness, but rather the truth about one of these laws or parameters in place. It wasn't just mind science, it was divine intervention. It was divine intervention offered through natural ways, just like what Jesus Christ is. Also, you claim to accept certain truths about the word that is mind science. However, you deny everything else it claims. It's either something is truth or a complete lie. There is no gray. We can't pick and choose what we like. For example, it's either PDF, who grape, are not in therapy, are wrong or not wrong. There's no in between. Truth is truth. So what exactly is your truth? So my truth is the Bible is all metaphors. That's no gray area. Ain't nothing gray about that. I picked a side. None of those people in this book ever existed. So there's no gray area there. I'm not picking and choosing what I agree to and what I don't agree to. I take that the Bible is all about the mind. What gray do you see in that? You just don't like that I don't accept that Jesus Christ have existed. But I'm not saying it just wasn't Jesus that existed. None of the people in the book ever existed. So it's not like I'm saying, well, Jesus is not real, but Moses, Elijah, Isaiah, Isaac, Abraham, they all existed. No, none of them existed. The whole book is about the mind. So I'm not picking and choosing what I like. I'm taking the whole Bible as one thing and calling it mind science. If you want to have a conversation, you can come over to TikTok when I come back on live, Prosperous Living with _T. You can find the link in my bio on YouTube. Again, it's Prosperous Living with _T. That is my name on TikTok. That's where you can call in if you want to have a conversation. But here's the thing. Yes, harming others is wrong. No one said it was right. Do unto others as you would like to have them do unto you. I take the principles of the Bible. That's not love when you try to manipulate children and take smacks through force. Nothing about that is loving. And you'll never hear me say that it is. But guess what? Your law has people that they will allow to do these things. Your religions make excuses for people that do these things, depending on what brand of Christianity. They say it's a demon. They were possessed. There was a devil. They don't allow people to actually have a transformation of the mind because they use excuses for bad behavior. It's never their fault. It's always a devil, demon, or Satan on mine. If you actually took the Bible from a psychological perspective and told people how to love instead of blaming devils and demons and Satan's on mine, there are actually people who actually probably wouldn't do the very things that you just described. There probably wouldn't be PDF and grape if you told people how to love. But with that being said, I have to go. My grandson is home from school. I have to go make them something to eat and cook for our family. So thank you guys for joining me today. Like I said, I may come back later and open up the live again. So we'll see. Don't forget, if you're new here, subscribe to my channel and follow me on TikTok. Thank you guys. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.